What is C4IR? The Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Saudi Arabia, is a do tank to advance the benefits of 4IR in Saudi Arabia. Through the development and implementation of practical and adaptive protocols for the governance of emerging technologies. C4IR KSA is one of the many WEF affiliate centers around the globe that form the C4IR network. Connecting centers across the globe to catalyze international collaborative efforts towards concrete multi-stakeholder output for the development and testing of scalable technology governance frameworks. What is C4IR? The Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Saudi Arabia, is a do tank to advance the benefits of 4IR in Saudi Arabia. Through the development and implementation of practical and adaptive protocols for the governance of emerging technologies. C4IR KSA is one of the many WEF affiliate centers around the globe that form the C4IR network. Connecting centers across the globe to catalyze international collaborative efforts towards concrete multi-stakeholder output for the development and testing of scalable technology governance frameworks. What is C4IR? The Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Saudi Arabia, is a do tank to advance the benefits of 4IR in Saudi Arabia. Through the development and implementation of practical and adaptive protocols for the governance of emerging technologies. C4IR KSA is one of the many WEF affiliate centers around the globe that form the C4IR network. Connecting centers across the globe to catalyze international collaborative efforts towards concrete multi-stakeholder output for the development and testing of scalable technology governance frameworks. What is C4IR? The Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Saudi Arabia, is a do tank to advance the benefits of 4IR in Saudi Arabia. Through the development and implementation of practical and adaptive protocols for the governance of emerging technologies. C4IR KSA is one of the many WEF affiliate centers around the globe that form the C4IR network. Connecting centers across the globe to catalyze international collaborative efforts towards concrete multi-stakeholder output for the development and testing of scalable technology governance frameworks. What is C4IR? The Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Saudi Arabia, is a do tank to advance the benefits of 4IR in Saudi Arabia. Through the
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, welcome to the first Saudi Forum for the Fourth Industrial Revolution here in Riyadh. I'm Mohammed Dakhil, and it's my great pleasure to be here today and be the master of ceremonies and work with our amazing speakers and all of you. We have a very exciting agenda split between 2 days. You can follow the conversation of our sessions on Twitter at C4IR_KSA and also participate in the discussion on the impact of the fourth industrial revolution, technologies on the future of transportation, health, energy, smart cities, and the finance by using the hashtag C4IRKSA. To start, it's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Engineer Abdullah Suwaha, Minister of Communication and Information Technology and the Chairman of the Board of Directors for King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology to deliver his speech.
Imagine a world in which we can extract water from air and then leverage an electrolysis process in which we can extract energy from water by splitting oxygen and hydrogen to get green hydrogen. And then again use the same electrolysis process in space to make sure that astronauts can breathe. These are live examples powered by the digital age. How the greatest thinkers and doers can come together as governments, as entrepreneurs, and as NGOs to deliver disruptive regulatory thinking and innovation. And it gives me great pleasure today to announce the opening of the Fourth Industrial Revolution Center with my good colleagues and friends, Klaus Schwab and Borge Brende, in Riyadh, and announce the first forum. This is our opportunity to attract the best talent coupled with technology to deliver disruptive innovation and regulation. How innovation in regulation can be fit for purpose in the 21st century post-COVID-19. How regulations should have regulatory resets with agility and disruptive thinking. On regulatory resets, I remember it firsthand in 2020 when we were hit with the largest pandemic that we have ever seen in humanity in the past 90 years. We had to make sure that we could transact business during a time of lockdown. How we impose a regulatory reset to make sure that we can only go on digital payments only and put a sunset clause that once the lockdowns are eased, we can go back to cash. This have not only helped us transact $100 billion, but have helped us save 1 million jobs, and I'm confident tens of millions of jobs globally. If we move on to regulatory agility, we need to move with pace that is unprecedented, because we cannot afford for the next pandemic to hit us to make sure that we allow the greatest scientists to leverage data and AI and coupling together with the right regulation to deliver a vaccine in less than 18 months. This is the type of agility and pace that we need to move on in the 21st century when it comes to policy making and regulation. Finally, when you're talking about disruptive thinking and innovation, we have to innovate, then regulate. And this is what we have done at NEOM, the largest test bed for innovation for humanity. How we make sure that by default we move into a sandbox to deliver the next big thing in urban design for the next 150 years. How it's in harmony with nature while preserving 95% of the environment with a frictionless experience leveraging data and AI and delivering a cognitive city. These were live examples about the next level of regulatory evolution, how resets, agility, and innovation must be by default and by design. And if there is one call to action to the greatest thinkers and doers of the Fourth Industrial Revolution Center is please imagine, inspire, and innovate.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your greatly informative speech. And now it's my pleasure to welcome Professor Klaus Schwab, founder and executive chairman of the World Economic Forum. He was here in Saudi Arabia back in 2019 and signed an agreement that marked the start of cooperation between the World Economic Forum and King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology with the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution in Saudi Arabia. Today, he joins us from Geneva to share his views on the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution in Saudi Arabia, a part of the C4IR network spanning over 15 countries working together in global multi-stakeholder collaboration.
Dear friends and colleagues in Saudi Arabia, warm greetings from Geneva. And I regret that I cannot be physically with you, but I hope you and your loved ones are staying safe, and I wish you all the best for the future ahead. Today, I want to congratulate you on launching the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution in Saudi Arabia. With this launch, you have become part of our growing global network of centers dedicated to harnessing new technologies with robust governance principles. We have come a long way since my visit to Saudi Arabia in November 2019. I then had the honor to meet His Majesty King Salman, and we discussed several critical issues, including technology governance. It resulted in an agreement to launch this center. And now, here we are. Thank you to His Majesty and his government for your commitment to this major project. The launch of the center comes at an important juncture for your country and the world, as the fight against the COVID pandemic reaches a critical point. As the vaccine rollout has begun in the kingdom, it brings new hope for societal and economic recovery. Just a few years ago, developing a vaccine within a year of a global pandemic would have been considered inconceivable. But thanks to advances in technology, research, and international cooperation, it hasn't just become possible, it has become a reality. In the future, technologies will continue to drive the Fourth Industrial Revolution at tremendous speed and scale. But to ensure that all of society reaps the benefits, we need good governance to go hand in hand with the advancement of the technologies. That it is what this center is about. It will help various stakeholders to co-develop innovative governance frameworks for technology. They will balance business innovation and regulation and help technology serve the larger interests of society. As you shape and develop this center, I hope you will carry the spirit of stakeholder cooperation. We need government, business, and civil society together, so technologies become a force for good. As a G20 economy, the Kingdom can truly act as a role model in this regard. As I close, I want to explicitly thank the leadership of the King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, which supports Saudi's national R&D, technology and innovation strategy, and which will host this center. I wish you all great success and look forward to continue building on the unique partnership which we have established. And I very much hope to be able to visit the center in person. Thank you and all the best.
Thank you, Professor Klaus Schwab, for your insightful speech. It's great to see how the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution in KSA, a product of collaboration between the World Economic Forum and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, can help also to accelerate the development of technology governance protocols to support the adoption of 4IR technology. Very exciting. Now, let me introduce His Excellency Dr. Munir Al-Dsuqi, Acting President of King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, to deliver his speech.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you at this special event to launch the first Saudi Forum for the Fourth Industrial Revolution in partnership with the World Economic Forum under the theme of Harnessing the Fourth Industrial Revolution in Saudi Arabia. The launch of the forum coincides with the launch of the Saudi 4IR Center and demonstrates the spirit of collaboration between Saudi Arabia and the WEF, as this was the fifth affiliate center in a globally fast-growing network, which is set to ensure that the benefits of 4IR technologies are maximized and that the risks are accounted for. Ladies and gentlemen, since the agreement for the affiliate center was signed in late 2019, the world we live in has changed in the most dramatic and unprecedented way, representing a global Great Reset. Yet we were fortunate to be living in the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. There is no disagreement that 4IR technologies have contributed to the best of our times, fighting the pandemic and enabling us to adapt to the new norms of working, learning, and even living. Yet we are only scratching the surface when it comes to the full potential of 4IR. So it is crucial to take timely actions to capitalize on the paradigm shifts caused by the pandemic, building on our strengths and our assets. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has a solid economic base to build upon. It is the largest economy in the Middle East and the 18th largest economy globally, with a youthful population, stable currency, strong fiscal position, robust consumption, and outstanding infrastructure. Additionally, as part of Saudi Vision 2030's agenda, the Kingdom had also undertaken large-scale digitalization efforts, from one of the largest commercial 5G rollouts with the fastest 5G speeds globally, to the expansion of the national fiber network, to the more recent governance reforms, including the establishment of entities such as the Saudi Data and AI Authority, the National Cybersecurity Authority, and the Digital Government Authority, and most recently, the Research, Development, and Innovation Authority, all of which have contributed to the wide adoption of smartphones, smart citizen-centric government services, smart city solutions, and digital payments, placing all the necessary building blocks in place to reap the benefits of 4IR and become an innovation-driven nation. The Kingdom has already started the journey of adopting 4IR in many sectors. For example, in the oil and gas sector, if you visit Saudi Aramco's Uthmaniyah gas plant, you can see engineers dressed in wearable technologies and using drones to cut the time it takes to collect vital safety data by 90%. This plant has been declared a lighthouse manufacturing facility by the WEF, and is the only one of its kind in the Middle East. Another facility at Kharis is equipped with industrial IoT devices and digital twin technologies, which enables remote operation using real-time 3D virtual reality solutions, allowing for a reduction in power consumption, maintenance costs, and inspection times. The Fourth Industrial Revolution, however, is a complex and overarching phenomenon that no segment of society can shape on its own, due to the foreseen impact on the future of work. Our nation is in need to collaborate and cooperate at all levels, orchestrating efforts in the public, private, and nonprofit sectors, while having an inclusive dialogue with all segments, including SMEs and entrepreneurs, to increase awareness around 4IR, identify and manage potential risks, and drive actions that have positive impact for all. The Center for 4IR is at the heart of this process and is an important catalyst to do so. Since it started operations in late 2020, it engaged 14 stakeholders from the public and private sectors, conducted more than 40 engagements with the 4IR network, and more than 140 engagements with stakeholders to define and scope more than 70 potential projects. The goal of the center is to maximize the benefits of 4IR technologies in Saudi Arabia by engaging key national stakeholders and building national 4IR capabilities while sharing best practices to and from the kingdom with the global network. We have identified 6 focus areas where we want to create maximum impact, which are AI and machine learning, IoT and robotics, drones and automated vehicles, blockchain and distributed ledgers, agile governance, ethics and data policy, and last but not least, smart cities. Multi-stakeholder collaboration is the key to the success to the center's mission. The center acts as a platform that governs frameworks and protocols that will accelerate harnessing emerging 4IR technologies. With the support from the larger C4IR network and the active engagements from the public and private sectors, we aim to co-create, co-design, and pilot new approaches to the governance of 4IR. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Vision 2030 of Saudi Arabia has emphasized the essential and vital role of 4IR technologies in shaping the future of the kingdom, its economy, and society. The vision is clear, the roadmap is set, and the enablers are plenty. It is time to join hands and build a prosperous future for all. Thank you, and we look forward to kicking off a fruitful and engaging forum.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for sharing with us your insightful views. If I can now turn your attention back to the stage for a video presentation to showcase how the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Saudi Arabia, is a global hub for collaborative development, knowledge sharing, and governance of emerging technologies.
The mission of the Global World Economic Forum, Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution Network, is to maximize the benefit of emerging technologies and at the same time minimizing the potential risks. The network is truly a space for global cooperation. The center is dedicated for co-designing policy frameworks and governance protocols, including laws, regulations, norms, and best practices. The network is not just a think tank, it is also a do tank where we partner with government and companies to co-design and pilot these frameworks and protocols.
We have 2 inputs that drive the design of our projects: current pain points and bottlenecks that hinder the adoption of Fourth Industrial Revolution technologies, and future gaps anticipated as a result of technology outpacing regulation.
The inception of the C4IR KSA started with a meeting back on March 2019 where His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman met with the President of the World Economic Forum.
We commit to designing scalable projects that are underpinned by multi-stakeholder collaboration. This means that every single project that is developed here in Saudi Arabia is developed with a vision for global implementation and knowledge sharing. We work closely with the platform heads at the World Economic Forum Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution in San Francisco to design projects that are relevant to the local ecosystem but can be applied across the C4IR network. An example of this project is one that was developed in C4IR Brazil in collaboration with the Ministry of Economy in Brazil as well. This project was titled Accelerating Industrial Internet of Things for Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises, with the aim of lowering barriers to adoption of 4IR technology and incentivizing SMEs to adopt that technology.
We have 6 focused technology areas in C4IR KSA. The first one is shaping the future of artificial intelligence and machine learning. The second one is about IoT and robotics. How can we shape the future in that? And then drones and autonomous vehicles. Fourth is about blockchain and distributed ledger technologies. And then agile governance, ethics, and data policy, in addition to smart cities. Our vision is to shape the development and application of 4IR technologies for the benefit of humanities at large. We always like to engage key national 4IR stakeholders to co-create, co-design, and pilot new approaches to 4IR technologies, adoptions, and governance. In addition, we always try to help in supporting building national 4IR capabilities.
Impressive how the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution in Saudi Arabia is providing space for the development of the mechanisms, plans, and applications of the Fourth Industrial Revolution in the kingdom, and also contributing to the adoption of technology and best practices in the region and the world. Next, our first session will discuss more about the topic of harnessing the Fourth Industrial Revolution, challenges and opportunities of growing utilization of new technologies such as artificial intelligence, robotics, and Internet of Things, moderated by Dr. Adina Al-Nahdi, business owner and entrepreneur, B20 Italy co-chair Action Council on Sustainability and Global Emergencies, board member of Jeddah Chamber of Commerce. To start this session, it's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Al-Ghamdi, President of Saudi Data and Artificial Intelligence Authority.
As I stand before you today, we stand at the precipice of the Fourth Industrial Revolution in Saudi Arabia. We thank the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman, the Crown Prince, the chairman of the board of directors for Sadaya, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, for their support and contribution to our continuing mission as Sadaya. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you. As I look across the kingdom today, there is an acceleration and explosion in the use of smart mobile devices. This state-of-art technology provides unlimited access to knowledge, unlimited access to opportunities, creating endless possibilities for the world. The future of Sadaya is bright. With the hope of artificial intelligence, our national data and AI strategy will promote the use of AI across the kingdom, increasing the number of AI startups, increasing development speed and acceleration, which drives technology applications, increasing our growing infrastructure. That is truly astonishing. This rapid growth requires rapid development of regulations to ensure protocol safety without compromising creativity and ingenuity. This has not proved easy. We must ask ourselves, how can the Fourth Industrial Revolution benefit Saudi Arabia's infrastructure? How can the revolution accelerate achievements? In a recent report, A.T. Kearney suggests the impact of 4IR is massive. Non-oil GDP will increase by 4% annually, from 2017 through 2030, generating 1 trillion Saudi riyals in new revenue. As smart technologies accelerate, so also will the development and production of digital infrastructure. 4IR has a vital role to play in streaming big data in real time. The greater our access to data, the greater our ability to make well-informed decisions. In the past, infrastructure took years, perhaps decades, to develop. In the present, Tawakkalna offers tremendous opportunity, the possibility to reach residents by publishing new services in seconds. Sadaya has developed strategic objectives to meet the challenge of this Fourth Industrial Revolution. Recently, we rolled out an AI project, providing wristbands to the pilgrims that they use during Hajj to keep pilgrims safe, serving a current need for humanity. In a future project, we will develop smart cities using Riyadh as a model. We will co-develop and implement the integrated smart city along with our partners, Royal Commission for Riyadh City and Business. We will develop a customizable platform for individual cities, capitalizing on unique connections to accommodate their individual needs. We will establish funding partnerships that address budget requirements. We are launching a project with the Ministry of Energy, defining strategies, activating operations, creating a sector plan. There are no limits to the possibilities AI provides. More centers for other sectors will follow as required, yet there are risks. Wherever goodness abounds, wickedness seeks to abound. For this reason, we are launching a fraud detection and prevention program finding and detecting fraud throughout various systems by using advanced data and analytics capabilities. As a result of these and other projects, we can and will do more. We aspire to be the top 15 AI countries globally. We will build a community for AI, making the best of data and AI a reality. We will create a welcoming, business-friendly environment that allows businesses to flourish, attracting the best and brightest talents to the kingdom, including sufficient, stable, and continued funding for data and AI development. Creating incentives to attract top data and AI institutions to the kingdom, to speed innovation and building our future. The kingdom, through forward thinking and a collaborative ecosystem, will stimulate data and AI adoption. The challenge before us is to implement these strategic objectives to meet the demands of this fourth industrial revolution. Today, we stand at the precipice of a bright future for the kingdom. A bright future where AI offers to light the path. It remains for us to engage the fourth industrial revolution, to harness our collective talents, to shape the future of AI together, to accept this challenge for the good of humanity and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good evening, everybody. The fourth industrial revolution is about more than just technology-driven change. It's an opportunity to help everyone, including leaders, policymakers, and people from all income groups and nations, to harness converging technologies in order to create an inclusive, human-centered future. The Saudi Vision 2030 has captured the opportunity and looked beyond technology by finding ways to give the greatest number of people the ability to positively impact their families, organizations, and communities. During COVID-19, we experienced one of the best practices worldwide using emerging technologies such as IoT and AI technologies that played a vital role in the national health, security, and safety of the community. It is with great pleasure that I'll be moderating the first session with this esteemed panelist, His Excellency Engineer Haytham Al-Auhali, Vice Minister of Communication and Information Technology, His Excellency Dr. Isam Al-Wugait, Director of the National Information Center, Mr. Alayan Al-Wutaid, CEO of STC, and joining us online is Mrs. Sheila Warren, Deputy Head of C4IR and Head of Blockchain Platform in the WEF. Welcome all. We'll start our session by a question to Your Excellency, Engineer Haytham. The fourth industrial revolution is expected to create enormous economical and societal value, underpinned by ultra-fast, ultra-reliable infrastructure. What has Saudi Arabia done in that perspective?
Thank you, Dr. and assalamu alaikum, everybody, and very humble to be here with my esteemed colleagues. So digital transformation and the fourth IR are key pillars in the digital economy. The digital economy, as Saudi Arabia sees it, is key as we transform from a carbon-based economy into a more innovation and skill-based economy. So it was a no-brainer that investing in a very state-of-the-art infrastructure will pay dividends as we go. If we just look at the industrial sector with vast investments of 10,000 industry or manufacturing houses, $25 billion in investments and working capital. The promise that fourth IR brings is a $200 billion dollar improvement and value created coming from improved efficiency and reduction in cost. And that's over a 10-year period. So the ROI was very clear to us, and this is just talking about the manufacturing section. You can draw similar conclusions from the energy sector, from the medical sector, from retail, from smart cities, what have you. We started this journey with public-private partnerships with the operators in Saudi Arabia to create a $15 billion fund to invest in the infrastructure of Saudi Arabia. Operators on an annual basis invest around $3 to $4 billion in their infrastructure, and it was very clear that if we went to catch up and take a lead on a global scale, these investments alone will not do it. So with the support of the leadership of the country, we were able to get the funding of $15 billion to put in the digital infrastructure for Saudi Arabia. This has resulted in about 3.5 million addresses in Saudi Arabia that include homes, factories, schools, and hospitals to be connected with fiber. We also invested a lot in the mobile infrastructure and mobile broadband. And that took Saudi Arabia from being 105 in terms of mobile broadband speeds just 4 years ago into 4th place currently in the world. So it was a great achievement from the operators, the ministry, and the whole ecosystem. And you cannot talk about 4th IR without realizing how important 5G is going to be in the mix. Today, with the cooperation of the operators, we have more than 13,000 cell sites powered by 5G. 60% of the cities are covered by 5G, and 45% of the populated areas in Saudi Arabia receive 5G service. This was all very essential to enable applications such as the 4th Industrial Revolution. But it wasn't just about the funding. The release of spectrum, which the telecom regulator CITC did a few years ago by releasing about 1,100 megahertz of spectrum, really helped driving the investment in the sector and providing a robust digital infrastructure. And I think the test of COVID was very clear. How Saudi Arabia flourished digitally was a clear testament on how robust the infrastructure was. Also, the Ministry of Energy as well as Saudi Electric set out on a very ambitious project to roll out 10 million smart meter electric meters in a period of 1 year. And I think without a very robust narrowband IoT network that we have here in Saudi Arabia, that wasn't going to be possible to achieve in such a small period of time. And I think last but not least, data is the fuel for 4th IR, and cloud is very essential to data flows and monetizing data. We've done a lot of programs that really encourage investments in the cloud field, and I think, alhamdulillah, this has resulted in Google and Alibaba announcing very big investments and partnerships with both Saudi Aramco and Saudi Telecom. I think this was a great win for the sector. And with the cooperation of between the telecom regulator and the electricity and the energy regulator, they were able to achieve a very competitive energy tariff or electric tariff that's hopefully going to bring more investments in the sector in Saudi Arabia.
Absolutely amazing. Honestly, I can say that we are all profoundly proud of the great leap that has happened in a very short time. Thank you. There are so many questions, but we need to delay it in a bit. Your Excellency, Dr. Essam Al-Waqaid, Saudi Arabia has accelerated the digitization of its government infrastructure and has developed a sophisticated platform that has streamlined its public services. How does this set the tone for harnessing the 4th Industrial Revolution across the kingdom?
Sure. Thank you very much. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here among my esteemed colleagues. If we look back at all the industrial revolutions, you would say that each one of them has a key or major pillars that this revolution relies on. Let's take, for example, the 3rd revolution. It was the key pillars were technology, internet, and mobile devices. If you see a pattern at the beginning of that revolution, those pillars or those technologies they had limited usages. So they were not accessible. They were not part of your daily life. If you look back at the late 90s, you would see that, internet was not available everywhere. There was not the concept of wireless broadband and so on. Move forward 20 years later, internet is with you from the moment you wake up until the moment you go to sleep, even while you sleep sometimes with the smartwatches and so on. So this pattern is about to apply in the fourth industrial revolution. Right now, the key pillars for fourth industrial revolutions, among many, is robotics, AI, and data, and Internet of Things. And let me focus on, I'm biased towards data, so I'm going to focus on AI and data. If you talk about AI, you would see, even though now we have many uses for AI before a couple of years back, but still AI is considered as an exotic term. People think, when they think AI, they think, sci-fi. So I believe that we are at the cusp of the explosion of the usages of AI and data in our daily life. You would see many applications, you would see many usages for that. What are we doing in Saudi Arabia? And again, I'm going to talk about, SDAIA. We've launched the National Strategy for Data and AI, NUSTI. And that strategy has 6 domains. We call it Aspire. So you have ambition, you have skills, you have policy, you have investment, you have research, and ecosystem. And probably I'll get the chance to talk some of those aspects later. But those domains have many initiatives on them that will help stimulate and create an environment for the usages for data and AI. Let me give you some of the examples of the products that we have currently. So we have the National Data Bank, and as the name says, that it is a bank that we care about. We have more than 175 data sets from different government entities. So this data bank is used alongside with our AI platform. We call it Istishraf. And we apply AI algorithms on those data that we have from the government entities to provide them with insights. And the slogan for that platform is evidence-based decision. The decision is as good as the evidence that you have for that. And with AI, you could find among the big amount of data, you can find that needle in the haystack. So this is what we're trying to do with Istishraf, and with the data bank. Also, we have the National Center for AI. This is our the SDAIA's innovative and research arm. And inside, they have several use cases to apply AI algorithms in different fields, whether education or health or energy and so on. I'll give you one example of that, which is a case that they have done, and they achieved a good success in that, which is in the health field. In the breast cancer, one of the biggest challenges is that for breast cancer is that you need to detect it early to be able to treat it. And we had one of the cases that, due to the limited resources, it takes a long time, up to 6 months, from getting the X-ray until having, the expert to diagnose and see. These 6 months are very valuable. Sometimes you detect a person that they had the disease a while back, and you missed a chance to treat them. So what Inside did, they collaborated with different health organizations, and they developed an algorithm, and they trained it on several X-rays, and they achieved the accuracy of more than 90% to detect or at least alert the cases of potential breast cancer patients. This case would not be this case would not be there if we did not have this mature, AI algorithms, and if we did not have the ability to deal with big data. So again, just to summarize, when it comes to the fourth industrial revolution, I believe you can summarize it, as far as I'm concerned, in two words: big data and AI. You need enough data, and you need the AI algorithms that would be able to deal and crunch this data to get you the most insightful insights in different fields.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Coming from a private sector, that really makes me anxious to be able to, inshallah, soon utilize this crunching numbers in a business perspective. Mr. Alayan Al-Wataid, STC has played an integral role in activating the fourth industrial revolution. How does the private sector work in tandem with policymakers to usher the 4IR technologies?
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Adina, and it's a pleasure to be among you today. Thank you so much for having me. STC is at the heart of the fourth industrial revolution, and as a matter of fact, the Kingdom has set aspirational targets for Vision 2030. And the journey started 4 years ago, where we as a country decided that we want to lead in so many fronts, and one of them is the digital economy. That, as a notion, took us to infrastructure investments, whether it is on the fiber connectivity or to the 5G and enhancing our 4G coverage across the country. The aim was to create a connected country and a connected society and build up on that. That is the simple infrastructure layer that is to enable all of us to start thinking about a digital economy and to build up on that. On top of that is a simple way of looking at it where the ecosystem has to be built and put together, and that is where the partnership models has to take place between private to private sector, private to public sector, maybe along the different entities locally and globally as well, to create ecosystem that works from a digital perspective. All of this journey has started 4 years ago or even more. Today we are at the forefront as a country and as a company and as an industry as well to create that collaborative approach between the regulatory bodies as well as the policymakers and the private sector to create that ecosystem and making sure that it works. It does work, and there is a lot of showcases that has been put forward to the industry. The collaboration between private and public sector has been more or less very effective in so many fronts. Policies has been put together, regulatory regimes has been created and amended to encourage a digital economy, and more importantly, a lot of reform around digital skill set, where our talent is more or less being pushed all the way to achieve that talent of the future. It's a long journey, it's a long way. We believe we are at the right level of maturity at this point of time, but it is a long way that we are going towards that. The collaboration methodology around it is the key part where public, private, and policymakers, as well as the regulators, is becoming partners to create the ecosystem. The investment appetite is for sure there, and we are pushing the boundaries in every front. That applies on the different verticals of the different industries. On the fourth industry, we see a lot of progress around AI, we see a lot of progress around IoT, we see a lot of progress around cloud services, and we see a lot of progress in so many other fronts, along with partners that are industry makers today, the likes of utility companies, the likes of oil and gas companies, the likes of banks, and so on and so forth, that has a mandate and a roadmap to evolve and move to the future as soon as possible.
Thank you. I think I agree with the concept that it's a long journey, but I think, mashallah, we have a turbo that is going to really take us very fast to reach the destination we want. Ms. Sheila Warren, what role can global governance frameworks play in catalyzing 4IR technology adoption in disparate yet intimately connected geographic locations across the globe?
Thank you so much for having me. It's such a pleasure to be here today. I really appreciate the comments that have come before from the panelists that really spotlighted the importance of, as we are in this turbocharged world that you noticed, of thinking across different sectors about how we can create cooperative partnerships that will help fuel this fourth industrial revolution and ensure that that turbocharge doesn't get out of control. I think it's important also to recognize that similarly, we need to be thinking about the fact that the digital economy is a global digital economy. We are all interconnected. And if nothing has shown us that, if we didn't know that before, this pandemic that we are currently battling as a globe has revealed to us that really we are all only one flight away from anyone else. I think it's important to think about what governance is, particularly in the context of the digital economy. Governance is not just regulation, it's also the policies the private sector puts into place around how they track data, how they might share data, how they're processing data, for example, that can feed into the creation of some of the algorithms that others of my esteemed colleagues have discussed today. This doesn't happen in a vacuum, but there is a really important cultural context that's happening. And of course, here in the kingdom, we've noted that this turbocharging is because of a cultural readiness that the population does have for these kinds of innovations. That isn't necessarily the case all around the world. And to ensure that we don't create a more stratified society, but instead that we are able to create markets and to create connections and to better the standard of living for others in every part of the ecosystem globally, we need to think about governance in a global way. We've heard about the extraordinarily impressive leaps from the panel today. And something that the forum focuses on, and here at the C4IR we focus on, are what are the governance gaps that are maybe impeding the ability of society to advance and progress even more when it comes to technologies. These include issues like privacy, liability, cross-border regulatory discrepancies, the potential for misuse by bad or nefarious actors, or even those who may inadvertently fall into patterns that are not societally productive, just completely by accident. We have to think about how regulatory agencies can ensure the unrestricted flow of data that is needed for many of these new technologies. And that includes cross-border data flows, which aren't always factored into consideration at a national level. We need to think about the vulnerability of IoT devices to hacks that may come from attackers that do not sit within a particular jurisdiction. And what are the consequences if we track such behavior? How do we have a global framework for creating accountability around such activity? I think we also have to factor in the pandemic and the governance and oversight needs that have been highlighted by the pandemic during this time. These include things like balancing the need for human supervision of automated technologies, thinking about touchless operations in a post-COVID-19 world when we do eventually get there, and thinking about privacy and how citizens all around the world are thinking about privacy when it comes to things like apps. We also can learn a lot from the approaches taken by innovative governance frameworks in other jurisdictions. Some of these may suit future economic engines that maybe are not quite relevant for any particular jurisdiction. And in this, the kingdom can lead the way and be the world leader in demonstrating some of this innovation.
Absolutely.
There are places in the world that have already introduced guidelines that think about the balance of privacy, human rights, ethics, etc., when thinking about government algorithms. And of course, public-private cooperation, where, as we've heard, there is leadership already happening within the region.
Absolutely.
And lastly, I think we need to recognize that the regulatory innovations in technology that the pandemic has necessitated or brought into being, or at least paved the way for, may not necessarily be innovations that need to be permanent. And here again, we can learn from different cultural contexts as they explore what might these different innovations have led to and what might be the unintended consequences. So beyond just observation of other jurisdictions and their own innovations, recognizing the digital economy as something that is global in nature, that the innovations that we're building are eventually intended to connect citizens in any jurisdiction and enabling them to participate in that global digital economy and to take advantage of opportunities that exist all over the world and bring those benefits home. I am heartened that the kingdom is leading the way in turbocharging this fourth industrial revolution and very excited to see what comes next.
Thank you, Sheila. Taking away what you just mentioned about the importance of policies, I will direct my question to Your Excellency, Engineer Haytham. What policies and best practices are needed to accelerate the fourth industrial revolution on a global scale?
I'm not sure if there's one magic pill that can really solve for it all, but let me just speak about what we've done in Saudi Arabia. It all starts with the vision and the political will, and I think under Vision 2030, this is available to all of us. And as part of the vision, many of entities, including the ministry, was involved in what we call the National Digital Economy Policy that was approved by the Minister of Councils, the Council of Ministers mid last year. And really gives the guideline on what we want to do when it comes to digital economy, from the infrastructure all the way the value chain until we reach the entrepreneur, because all this value is interrelated. So we started with the digital economy policy, and then we looked at the supply and demand policies. So two of them come to mind, which one was the cloud first policy, which was now mandated on all government and semi-government agencies to think about cloud first when it comes to their consumption of services in IT. And that was an effort to kind of stimulate the cloud market, that on top of it will come other things such as the fourth industrial revolution. The second was the national spectrum strategy that the telecom regulator issued. And within that national spectrum strategy, there was 23 gigahertz of spectrum available for 5G and other applications that are very core into the 4IR development. We then also looked at the current regulations and policies in place. We reviewed a little bit over 200 of them to make sure that they are digitally compatible and, let's say, business friendly, if you will. This has resulted in about 25 either new or amended regulations over the past year and a half to more entice the investment market, the innovation market, and the digital market. It was also very important for us to kind of incentivize and help develop the technology market. The Council of Ministers also approved a 2 billion Riyal fund called the National Technology Development Program that started mid of this year. And the aim of it is to stimulate both supply and demand in terms of R&D, in terms of talent, in terms of adoption, and in terms of innovation. So these four key elements are going to be the pillars that the program is going to be relying on for the next 5 years. Last but not least, certainly not least, is human capital. You cannot have this advancement in technology without the human capital and innovation that really drives it. Through the past 3 years, we've at MCIT Plus trained more than 40,000 men and women here in the country on technologies such as data and AI, cybersecurity, programming, robotics, and what have you. And we're going to continue that effort for years to come, inshallah. Because without these innovative minds, you cannot really fuel and grow the sector. And I think that the last point I would like to leave you with is that you really cannot manage what you cannot measure. Together with the NIDLIP program, we're working on the fourth IR maturity index, which hopefully will kind of measure our progress as we implement these policies and incentive programs throughout the years.
Absolutely. Wonderful. Thank you very much for that. Your Excellency, Dr. Isam, how can regulatory agencies ensure the unrestricted flow of data necessary for many new technologies to operate robustly and efficiently while still safeguarding user privacy?
Sure. So if you look at any field, regulation or proper or mature regulation is at the heart of that field. If it fails, then the whole ecosystem will collapse, whether in any field, IT or finance or health or education or you name it. The issue of data flow is a very controversial subject. It's always dealt with very sensitive way because, for the development in those fields in AI and big data, you need to enable data flow. At the same time, you do have the issue of the privacy. How do you protect the privacy of the users or of the owners of these data? And the answer to that is the proper regulation. there are many key players when it comes to 4IR in Saudi Arabia, but when it comes to data, we have the regulatory arm for SDAIA, which is NDMO, the National Data Management Office. And so far, we have released 4 policies when it comes to data. So you have open data policy, you have data sharing policy, you have freedom of information policy, and personal data protection policy. So those policies safeguards the privacy of the information while at the same time promoting the usage and the utilization of the data. So, the balance is there in those policies. I believe that, if you don't have that kind of regulations, you will either go to either one of 2 extremes, whether you basically prevent the free flow of data or you enable it, compromising the privacy of the users. So this is what has been done in Saudi Arabia when it comes to that regard.
That surely makes me more comfortable now that I can share my data, business level and personal level. Mr. Alayan, of the 6 platforms, the C4IR KSA engages with AI, with blockchain, IoT, AVs and drones, smart cities, agile governance. What technologies do you envision to be the most revolutionary for the Saudi context and to be the most rapidly adopted?
I would be jumping the gun if I say one of them will take over down the road. Yet, I believe all of them are very, very important areas of innovation and of investments as well that the country needs. The economy needs it to flourish further and further. All of them has a very important and key pillar of advancing the digital economy. We are ourselves in STC as very active across almost all of them, and we consider them as strategic bets for STC, and we do invest heavily on almost all of them to make sure that we cater for the demand of these technologies and make sure that we do provide and enable our partners and the ecosystem players to achieve their objectives. I believe AI has a lot of demand. I believe IoT has a lot of demand and will also provide a lot of use cases for the country to move forward in smart city applications and so on and so forth. These are technologies that we believe the country needs, not only for its own internal use, but also to compete at the global level. The objective is to lead globally from an economy perspective, and I think we are all delivering to that.
Wonderful, thank you. Ms. Sheila, I will go back to you, and in reference to what you have mentioned, the C4IR has an interesting overview of the technology governance processes and best practices of several countries across the globe, and especially within the C4IR network. What have you found to be the key drivers of sustainable and beneficial adoption of the 4IR technologies?
Thank you for the question. I think the first thing is to recognize that technologies are not being innovated upon in a silo. And as previous panelists have alluded to, it's the convergence of technologies that is what creates the 4IR. So rather than focusing on which technology might be the winner or the most important, it's really all of them together and working in consonance that is going to create and bring into being this new world that we're all imagining and which we are rapidly moving towards. So when you come to thinking about technology governance, it's important to recognize that they are levers. So if you regulate AI in this way, it's going to have implications for your data policies. If you regulate your data policies, it's very obviously going to affect the kinds of algorithms you can build and the way you can use and deploy AI. If you apply certain kinds of restrictions on IoT and devices, that's going to have follow-on effects for the other kinds of technologies, and the same goes on, and I could go through each one in turn. So we've kind of observed over the course of a few years now where innovative governance frameworks have really been driving forward this convergence concept. And I thought I would walk through a couple of examples from other jurisdictions, some of which are also, as you've heard from my esteemed colleagues, have been deployed to great effect in the kingdom, but also some of which I think are maybe not quite ready for prime time, as we say, in this particular area. And the first of these, I'll just walk through them in quickly. So ethical governance, public-private coordination that we've heard quite a bit about, agile responsive regulation, experimental regulation, and I'll get into what that means, data sharing, we've heard quite a bit about today as well, and regulatory collaboration. So starting with the ethical governance, part of what is really going to ensure that sustainable and beneficial adoption is what happens is putting and baking into our governance models this idea of ethics. And that is going to vary. Again, there's a big, there's national and cultural components to this. There's differences in how different jurisdictions are going to deploy an ethical governance framework, but taking that into consideration is important. Now, in some jurisdictions, they've actually developed specific ethical governance frameworks that are meant to provide guidance across all emerging technologies. New Zealand is an example. There were materials published about how you think through privacy and human rights in the design process of government algorithms. The UK, facial recognition. There have been a variety of different examples of this all over the world. And so we think that that is a way, having that foundational ethical governance is a way to think about and test that the governance models you're putting forth are not going to wind up leading to bias that is going to ultimately reduce the ability of your citizens to engage in the global digital economy, which I think we all agree would not be a great thing. We've heard quite a bit about public-private sector coordination. That's, of course, something that we believe in very strongly. We think it's important to think about collaborations across these different sectors so that you can ensure that what you're building is actually going to provide value to the private sector in a way that's going to encourage that kind of cooperation and engagement in the global digital economy. And here are some examples, I think, are the FSA, the Financial Services Agency in Japan, has moved at one point with the cryptocurrency industry to self-regulate and to kind of think about how you might police domestic exchanges. Cryptocurrency regulation is obviously a very hot topic right now. And there are other examples of where sandboxes and other kinds of experimental regulation, which was one of our other categories, have been used to great effect. The FCA in the UK launched this sandbox in April of 2020 that was focused on how financial organizations might come in and present their innovative business models and products, specifically in the context of the pandemic. In the United States, we've also seen drone testing that has been quite powerful. And there have been sandboxes everywhere from India to Malawi to Japan.
Okay, that is very
Lastly,
interesting. If you don't mind, Ms. Sheila, I, just due to the time, I'm going to take away what you mentioned in the importance of blending the rules and regulations, and I'm going to ask a question to Your Excellency, Engineer Haytham. The fourth industrial revolution could put a lot of stress on the earth. And as Ms. Sheila mentioned, how important sometimes it's created, the rules and regulations and the 4IR is created as per need. So the resources in our society, if it's not utilized in the right way, it's going to affect and address us tremendously. So how can we address these challenges brought by the fourth industrial revolution in a positive way?
I was hoping not to get an environment question, but yeah, with fourth IR, when it comes to the computing technologies, when we talk about blockchain and cloud, they do consume a lot of energy. And you know, Saudi has announced a lot of ambitious projects when it comes to clean energy and renewable energy, in whether it's in NEOM or north of Saudi Arabia, green hydrogen and renewables and what have you. So I think that's one important piece of the puzzle. It is a clear policy for the Ministry of Energy to focus on that. But I think on the other hand, we can really utilize what AI and IoT sensors do to help preserve Earth, preserve the environment. I think they can easily be part of the solution instead of part of the problem. And last but not least, I think R&D with government-funded R&D, responsible R&D when it comes to the environment, the Earth, and how technology and nature can coexist. King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology has a lot of work on that. So does King Abdullah University Coast. And I think the sooner we can see that research and results see the light, the more beneficial it's going to be for everybody.
Wonderful. I think the circular economy is taking you in that direction. And I believe that we are going to shift from a unenvironmentally friendly nation to a superb environmentally friendly nation through the 4IR, inshallah. Your Excellency, Dr. Isam, if you can, very briefly, tell us where is the investment of data and artificial intelligence technologies heading in the kingdom's advanced technological future?
Sure. So I'll contain that in the field of data and AI as well. First of all, investment worldwide is huge. So it is estimated that the economic output from AI by 2030 will be $13 trillion. From now until 2024, annual investment or spending in AI is going to approach $110 billion. So this is a huge amount of money, and honestly, in Saudi Arabia, we hope that we can stimulate the market and stimulate the investment in those fields. And this is part of NUSTI, our national strategy for data and AI. There is a huge part for investment. So this is one where you try to attract foreign investment and local investment and stimulate that. And our target by 2030 is to bring in $20 billion. Also in the field or in the domain of ecosystem, we're hoping to create a very healthy ecosystem for data and AI where we're targeting to have more than 300 startups by 2030. Another investment which is very important, and it's one of the big challenges in that field, is the skill set. So the skills is very important. You cannot have a thriving development for any field without having the manpower for that field. And data and AI is a very new field. And it's one of the KPIs that we have is to train more than 20,000 experts and specialists in data and AI to be able to help work in that ecosystem that we're planning. So this is, in short, what the investment in data and AI.
Thank you very much. Mr. Alayan, if you can in 1 minute.
Yes.
Cybersecurity appears as a challenge for telecom companies across the world. What's your approach in order to ensure a transparent and safe digital environment?
Okay. The tough one in 1 minute, no problem. Cybersecurity is, as you rightfully mentioned, is one of the major challenges for the digital economy to take its full potential. Yet we have been dealing with it in a very collaborative way. The regulatory and policy makers from one side and the operators as well as the global players on that field to make sure that whatever the digital economy needs in terms of protection and cybersecurity measures is being done and dealt with at the design stage from infrastructure layers as well all the way to the platform layers that is to cater for the services. And that is the fundamental shift. It's not something that we should think of later on. No, it has to be something that we do from the ground up where cybersecurity is becoming a major part of what we do. That's one dimension to it. The other dimension, cybersecurity is a service as well that is needed for each and every vertical within the digital economy to do what they need to do in a very secure manner. And we have been also very active and taking concrete steps as STC, launching our own cybersecurity company that provide the service across the different verticals. We believe the mission is going into the right direction, yet there is a lot of collaboration that is needed at a local and a global level as well.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, our time is ending. I personally have so many questions, and we have so many questions coming in from the audience online, but unfortunately, we will have to conclude our first session of the Saudi Forum for the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Harnessing the fourth industrial revolution requires industry transformation, government transformation, technology governance, and frontier technology. During this discussion, we covered policy regulators, perspectives, obviously, and the challenges, the national strategic direction, while showing future thinking of the private sector and agile governance, as well as international efforts on the challenges in the 4IR. So we are proud and excited by the achievements done so far, and very ambitious and optimistic to the upcoming of the future. I would like to thank Your Excellencies and your esteemed panelists for this enlightening, high-level discussion, and thanks to the audience and the participants. And finally, thanks to CACS and the Center of the Fourth Industrial Revolution for this revolutionary initiative. That's a wrap. Thank you.
Thank you, esteemed speakers, for a great session about the fourth industrial revolution technologies expected to fundamentally change the world. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will take a short 10-minute break. If you are joining us virtually, we look forward to seeing you back with us at 7:25 p.m. Riyadh time for the second session of the first Saudi Forum for the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Enjoy your break. Welcome back, esteemed guests. Now we'll be diving into the topic of industry transformation through the intelligent networking of machines, business models, and people. Moderated by Engineer Ismail Al-Ani, Head of Government and Public Sector KPMG in Saudi Arabia. To start this session, it's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Bandar Al-Khuraif, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud to be with you today at the first Saudi Summit for Fourth Industrial Revolution. Our Saudi Vision 2030 is all about growth and diversity. Definitely this growth will come from sectors such as industry and mining, and therefore we intend to use Fourth Industrial Revolution technologies to enhance this growth and leapfrog for these sectors to have their full economic potential. Applications of Fourth Industrial Revolution will enhance these efforts through raising competitiveness, enabling the localization of advanced industries, shifting from labor-intensive to high-paying, high-skilled jobs, enabling supply chain and improving responsiveness to the market. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has started its transformation journey with several important building blocks in place. Saudi Arabia has relatively a young, educated, and tech-savvy population that is ready to take on innovation and high-skilled jobs, which are replacing low-skilled jobs mostly occupied by foreign workforce. The kingdom also has built an advanced and well-connected communication and digital infrastructure and became one of the first countries to adopt 5G technologies. In addition, the kingdom has developed one of the most advanced e-government systems in the world and has established data and AI authority to support its digital transformation journey. All of our industry and mineral services today, as an example, take place through a unified platform, simplifying the investor journey. Moreover, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia today has a strong manufacturing base with over 10,000 factories, 40 specialized and integrated industrial cities that provide the required infrastructure and service needed for the manufacturing facilities and workforce, including ready-made factories that are helping accelerate industrial investor journey. To realize our full potential of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, we are enhancing our existing ecosystem by installing the required policy and framework of regulation, developing local talent, promoting research, development, and innovation, and strengthening the relation between industry, academia, and research community, localizing technology providers and services, enhancing the digital transformation, financing digital transformation projects, and providing awareness and promoting successful stories. All of these efforts will definitely help manufacturing and mining sectors grow as a whole, but specifically are going to create excellent opportunities in these sectors for entrepreneurs and SMEs to be the main beneficiary of these efforts. In conclusion, we are eager to discuss our transformation and growth in the industry in the coming session, and we are proud of our collaboration with the World Economic Forum and the establishment of the WEF Affiliate Center of the Fourth Industrial Revolution in Saudi Arabia that will definitely play an important role in the success of our digital transformation journey and our Fourth Industrial Revolution development. Thank you very much for being here, and I wish you a successful session.
Assalamu alaikum. Honorable panelists, I want to start with Mr. Yusuf Bnayan, CEO of SABIC. We've all heard at the beginning of this year that SABIC has been ranked as the second highest valuable brand in the industry globally. And obviously this gives us all a lot of sense of pride having SABIC out of Saudi Arabia. Where are we on 4IR in SABIC?
Well, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, thank you, Ismail, for having me with distinguished panelists. In the same time, this is really a great opportunity, at least to go to normality. We have, as a group, we have participated on the B20 through the G20 presidency last year, and we have missed the opportunities to have a strong interface with audience. And I think one of the lessons learned that we leverage in the technology, we are operating right now in a hybrid mode between physical and virtual. And I think this is really a pleasure for me to be part of it. If I may answer your questions, we need to go back to His Excellency Sawaha remarks when we said we need to transform ourselves, moving from being a policy driver, and then we think about innovations. We need to think about innovations, and then policy follows later on. But in the same time, looking at the faces on the audience, we have a lot of young male and female, so I think we need to remind them about the history, because if you wish to foresee the future, you have to consult the past. And if you look at 1765, we have the first industrial revolutions, which was basically related to our industry. It's a coal base. And then we moved to the second industrial revolutions, which was oil and gas, is around 1875. Third, it's really basically 1969, and which was around communications and also electronics. Related to our industry, it was really around basically nuclear. The fourth IRR, I think it's something, it's very important. We are moving into more digitalizations and renewables. We in SABIC, we think this will be a digital transformations, and we aims to enhance our commercial capabilities through, of course, enhancing our manufacturing, procurement, supply chain, and even our T&I and human capital developments. Therefore, we came up with a very sophisticated digitalizations programs in a corporate level, and this programs in very simple terms aims for three main elements. The first one, we need to leverage basically the digital transformation through artificial intelligence. Also in the same times, we need to leverage very important elements related to Internet of Things, machine learnings, and more importantly also the robotics. Now, if we go into the second level, we need to also to look at how can we move SABIC into a more sophisticated platform where we should be as a corporate by a data-driven organizations. And this is very important in order for us to enhance our future competitiveness. And not only that, also we need to shape the future of the company by eliminating some of the inefficiencies that we have in our system, and more importantly, start to offering a very strong solutions to our customers, that's really the basic drive for our business. Now, if we take these three main drivers, we in SABIC, we look at this from different perspectives. First of all, we see this as really a platform to enhance our competitiveness. I'm not going to educate the audience around technology because this is not really our field, but how can we benefit as an industry from the fourth IRA? We enhance our manufacturing operations. We leverage our data in a way that we predict our maintenance strategy, our plant's performance. As you know, our chemical plants has so many sensors, and those sensors are linked into a database where we'll be able to detect how the performance of our plants, and subsequently, we also understand the behavior of our plants, and more importantly, we also manage our productivities. And you could imagine, as a public traded company, we also look at profitability, and this enhances our balance sheets through higher sales, of course, through higher productions, and managing procurements through our spare parts and working capitals, which is going to give a very strong signal to our investors how to look at our balance sheets. So the artificial intelligence was one of the main drivers for us to leverage it. We also look at something even more sophisticated in terms to enhance our ability leveraging the artificial intelligence. We also try to predict the sales demands and also the sales price. and that will give us ability to manage our performance. We took it into more important elements for our success, if I may say, is innovation. One of the biggest problems that innovations really faces, we develop technology and solutions in the lab, but by the time we take them to the market, it was too late. So we are leveraging our artificial intelligence to speed going to the market with our solutions to our customers. So we are very excited about this, and in fact, referring to our brands, we credit our brands' growth and enhancement even during the COVID-19 in 2020. Most of the chemical company, their brands has really run into a negative digits. In our case, we have been able to even to grow our brand during the COVID-19, and we credit this to our investment in technology, which we expect to bring more than 28 to 30% improvement in the EBITDA for the next 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Yusuf. Dr. Ibrahim Al-Majal, you're the CEO of SIDF. So as far as this stage is concerned, you're the government. We have experienced a lot of waves and emerging technologies and trends globally. And some of these, Saudi was trying to catch up. Some of these was a strategic choice. What is 4IR for the Saudi economy? What kind of priority is it for our national economy?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. It's a privilege to be among you here today. As His Excellency said in his opening remarks, we have an opportunity to position Saudi as a leader in this field, and we see it as a strategic direction. If I'll take a step back and think, how are things changing? I will identify 3 trends. First, scale is losing to customization. Second, cheap labor to automation. Third, because of COVID, efficiency to resilience. What does that mean for the kingdom? It means we are at a time where things are being reshuffled in a way that is opportunistic for us. So when you think of scale to customization, it means you have an advantage if you have access to a market that is underserved with high level of customization. For us, think MENA, think Africa, think Central Asia. When you think of capital to cheap labor to automation, what is this? This is saying there is a shift in the economic equation from labor to capital, where the focus on how competitive you are is not a function of your labor, but rather a function of your capital, which allows Saudi to play a competitive role by availing infrastructure like the one availed in Royal Commission or Mudun, or financing like the one from SIDF. As an added bonus to this shift from cheap labor to automation, usually there is a social trade-off when you are trying to move towards automation as you reduce the labor for workforce. In Saudi, it is a social plus, not a social negative that we have to trade off, because we are replacing imported short-term low-skilled labor with local long-term, medium and high-skilled labor. So we don't even face the social dilemma that some other economies might face as they move toward automation. Third, when we say from efficiency to resilience, as we all noticed in COVID and the disruptions that happened to the shipping routes, many large manufacturers and large economies don't want to depend in a single source anymore, and doesn't mean a single country, but not even a single shipping route. That means we can leverage our location with easy access to the European market in addition to the regional market that we have access to. So because of the changes we see in the global trends, we see Industry 4.0 as a strategic bet for the kingdom to position ourselves as an international industrial powerhouse and a global logistical hub. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim. So clearly this is very strategic and kind of a gifted option for us. Engineer Hisham, you're here as the CEO or the president of GE in the region. We've heard from SABIC, we've heard from SIDF. My question to you is what kind of public-private partnerships you envision to encourage and progress into more 4IR adoptions?
Thank you very much, first of all, for having me here and for the invitation. And I'm glad to be with the distinguished panelists, my colleagues and friends. First of all, the vision of the Kingdom 2030 gave the sector of industry a very good area of development. And Industry 4.0 is very important for this. And you can see this in the diversification of the economy, that the Kingdom is really looking for manufacturing and localization and export from the Kingdom. And the second thing is to develop and to utilize the digitization in the Kingdom. So with these two things together, there is no doubt that 4.0 is very important, and the collaboration of the private sector with the public sector became very, very important and key for this to be implemented. Now, for us as GE in Saudi Arabia, we found it very good opportunity for us to team with different sectors. In fact, with the Vision 2030, all the sectors in the Kingdom started to work very fast in digitization and utilization of 4.0 and Industry 4.0. For example, as Mr. Yusuf said, the petrochemical, and as the other panelists, said about Aramco itself, that part of this utilizing of this technology, SEC, for example, Saudi Electricity Company, the power sector, also at the same time, the aviation sector, which is we're teaming with them in the assets record management system. And the food and beverages as well. Every sector in the Kingdom is utilizing this. So there are models, Ismail, in utilizing the PPP with the private sector, and there are models that you don't. I mean, we can do both, but the good news that the entire sectors in the Kingdom are utilizing 4.0 as much as they can, as fast as they can. We have great examples in the Kingdom, for example, in the smelters, that we are utilizing our solutions, some kind of PPP program. And if I can talk about international or global example, that one of the cities in California, St. Louis, I recall that we have worked with them in 5 different centers that they have. We integrated those systems together. We manage those systems together in a way that we share profit with them by utilizing the Industry 4.0 revolution, and it worked. It worked with we have many other examples, but these two, I mean, the smart city in California and the smelters here in the Kingdom are proof that the PPP is coming in the market, and utilization of Industry 4.0 revolution is as well in the market.
Thank you, Engineer Hisham. I think we now shift to Francisco Betti. So, hi. Francisco, as the head of advanced manufacturing and production in WEF, there has been a statistics that 10 countries basically globally account for 90% of global patents, 70% of exports when it comes to advanced manufacturing technologies. My question to you is, how can we ensure the manufacturing environment transitions as smoothly as possible through 4IR while avoiding increased inequality and a winner-takes-all kind of outcome?
Well, great question, and first of all, a very good afternoon. Delighted to be here with all of you today. I think that it's fair to argue that manufacturing is probably the engine of the fourth industrial revolution, and with what we have seen with COVID-19 was a perfect storm that disrupted manufacturing supply chains in unprecedented ways. What resulted of that is an acceleration of digital transformation, as my colleagues were mentioning before. And the transformation, it accelerated the pace of companies, but specifically of production facilities and more broadly of value chains. Now, all this transformation, it's clearly enabled by fourth industrial revolution technologies, from AI to 5G, through advanced robotics, big data analytics, and so on. And we do need to take the approach to make sure that no one is left behind. And as you know, the largest possible amount of companies can benefit from these technologies and the transformations that are going on. Now, where do we need to focus on and how can we make that happen? Well, I think that first of all, large companies, such as the ones that are with us today, they have a role to play, and they have a role to play when it comes to not just being pioneers, but also helping their suppliers to come on board and join the digital transformation journey. We also need to put further focus on small and medium-sized enterprises more broadly, which are probably the ones who are most at risk here, and their governments can play the major role by launching new support programs, by creating the right environment so that they can experiment and play with technologies and develop use cases that are tailored to the needs that they have. Maybe in addition to that, we also need to further invest in workforce transformation. We need to support workers in navigating the transition and journey this digital journey. And we need to do that by putting them at the center of the equation. We do know that automation plays a major role and we try to build resilience. But what we saw with COVID is that most successful companies were those that found the right balance in between automation and worker representation. And then I think that the opportunity we have in front of us with 4IR technologies, with Industry 4.0, is not just to transform operating models, but to develop new business models and to do so in a way that we create and we generate new value to companies for sure, but also to society and the environment. I think what is essential is to have all stakeholders at the table when it comes to developing new or the next generations of industrial development strategies, which is what the Saudi government is doing right now. And maybe something that I would like to share is that we are working already closely with the Saudi Industrial Development Fund, and Dr. Ibrahim is here with us as well, on the establishment on an advanced manufacturing hub that will further benefit for this from the work the forum is doing, at the possibility to work with all stakeholders, not just locally, but also connecting globally with other hubs.
Thank you, Francesco. Very informative. Again, with you, Mr. Youssef, you've given us your perspective from a SABIC point of view. In terms of the industry, the fourth industrial revolution in manufacturing remains a top priority for many leaders in both public and private organizations. There's an enormous disruptive impact on value chains. My question to you is, how can we empower factories? Factories are basically the center for gravity for 4IR. How can we empower them so that the ongoing revolution becomes fully beneficiary for the economy? For example, 1/3 of total economic value out of Internet of Things is basically leveraged in production monitoring.
Well, again, I think we maybe need to rephrase the questions. Why the industry is really in need on fourth IR? That's the questions, I think. Why they need to have an artificial intelligence, why they need to leverage machine learning, why it's artificial intelligence important for them, robotics, and more importantly also in the same times we need to look at the big data. The question is, in the industry, in manufacturing sites, number one priority for them, reliability. And of course, it has to be reliable with high level of safety to protect the individuals who operate the plants, the communities surrounding the plants, and make sure that you are on the highest standards also in sustainability, complying with environmental rules. These are very important and integral part of any industry, has really high level of responsibility towards their stakeholders. And I think artificial intelligence is going to play a major role, which I've highlighted earlier. Most of the chemical plants has sensors, and those sensors has to be linked into a way that in order for us to manage those operations and make sure that we have reliable industry. In the same times also we have high level of compliance requirements around environmental and energy efficiency. As of today, we are leveraging our artificial intelligence to sense our also plants and furnaces and how much energy efficiency they are really leveraging through their operations mode. This is going to help our sustainability strategy as an industry, and more important, we will be complying with our CSR also requirements and our stakeholders. So it's very important elements for the industry. If you take it further into a very important piece for our global economy, in order for us to bring more solutions. As of today, we are looking at not providing products. We are moving into providing solutions for our consumers. And those solutions has to be speedy manner to meet their requirements. And artificial intelligence, I think it's going to be very important. But also I would like to leverage this platform. I think we are also privileged to have this conference during the ease up of some of the restrictions going back into a normality. I think we need to address how we're going to operate in the future. Our advice to our group industrials, we need to make sure that we don't look at the fourth industry revolutions only from a technology point of view. This requires a leadership mindset shift, and make sure that we have the proper change management within our corporate structures in order for us to deal with those speedy decisions that we have to make. And this may lead to changing our operating model. Our operating model as of today, it requires a complete shift in order for us to deal with the external requirements and also internal requirements. We are dealing with different generations, we are dealing with different environments, and also we are dealing with a high level of speed. I'm going back to the earlier panelists. I think they have highlighted as a regulator policy making. Also in the corporate world, we are regulated as a public traded company. And most of our policies and procedures are driven by the fact to protect those policies and make sure that we are in full compliance. So we have a clear dilemma. Are we going to be an agile organizations to meet the market and consumer requirements, or we are in business to comply with regulatory environments? And if you address our current business requirements and artificial intelligence, we need to be more agile, and we need to rethink about our corporate governance as well and regulatory environments to cope with those transformations. So we are pushing this as a business community, and I think we are seeing a major changes and shift in mindset of our regulators who's going to cope with our business demand. Finally, I think we need to recognize the fact some of our human resource developments has to reshift from our educations. We are now in an institutions that is also driven for R&D, but in the same time also a platform to graduates, researchers and scientists to help our transformation and achieve our 2030 vision. We cannot continue with our current way of approaching human capital developments in our industry, and we are putting a lot of emphasis, we in SABIC, and of course we are strong advocates through a different platform to make sure that our manufacturing sites are really moving into higher end of sophistication, leveraging our artificial intelligence.
Thank you. Dr. Ibrahim, you've been on both sides of the table, but right now, again, you're the government on stage. So your first answer was about 4IR being a very strategic choice for Saudi. My question is a follow-on on that. How is SIDF then and the broader ecosystem supporting specifically businesses that are going to invest in industrial projects that are leveraging 4IR?
So allow me to speak in the industrial ecosystem, because the ministry is leading the way. And if I want to summarize it, it will be in inform and enable. We inform the sector by highlighting successes, by setting the advanced manufacturing hub, as Francisco mentioned, by also informing our clientele and our partners what is possible through the transformation with Industry 4.0. That's the inform pillar. The nudge pillar, or the enable pillar, we're doing it through advisory and financing. On advisory, we partnered with leaders in the sector to provide at least initial free advisory to our clients. For example, there's a partnership with SIDF where we say the financing is ready for the technology holder. Just go and educate people about it, and if they adopt it, they will be automatically financed by us. The ministry is also leading an initiative between SIDF and Mudun, where we're taking 100 factories and actively transforming those factories. More specifically at SIDF, we launched a financial product called Tanafusiyya. The goal of that product is to increase the productivity of our clientele by allowing existing companies to invest in automation, digitization, and energy efficiency. There we provide them with longer tenor, a minimum of 7-year repayment, but up to 20, a minimum of 1 year grace period, but an average of 2, and 75% of all CapEx or all expenses required to do that transformation. So we provide, you don't usually provide project finance, long-term financing for short-term implementation, but because this is a strategic initiative, we apply the same methodology that you will apply for a long-term investment on a very short-term investment, which is the automation digitization. We took a more active step to nudge our clients. So for new investors, for example, in logistics, we wouldn't fund a warehouse if it's not automated. So for you to even qualify for the funding from SIDF as a warehouse, you have to be a smart warehouse with high level of automation and digitization. We are taking that sector by sector, given the maturity of the different sectors, but the goal is to say we are raising the minimum and incentivizing the maximum. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting, the approach you're taking. Engineer Hisham, you obviously have a lot of operations in Saudi as GE. How can you increase awareness? Is there, for example, use cases that you want to share on how 4IR has been used to do business with your partners in Saudi? Anything you want to share with us in this regard?
So this is a very important question. The fourth IR is really need to increase its awareness. I would like to give 2 examples, if you allow me, Mr. Ismail, one here in the kingdom and one internationally. For the one here, we are working with Mudun in assessing and developing few factories in order to utilize fourth IR. And this example is a very unique, and it brought the experience that GE has globally to the awareness to the factories here. And going to what Dr. Ibrahim said, that they are only supporting those who are utilizing fourth IR. We are working with them, and they are seeking, the support of SIDF in order to utilize the fourth IR in their operation and optimizing their outcome from utilizing the fourth IR. We thought that bringing these ideas and the awareness to the kingdom and utilizing this by the factories and taking the advantage of and the support and incentives that given by SIDF was a great story. And the good news, Mr. Ismail, that other countries in the region know about it, and the awareness became even in the region. So Saudi became a role model for others because of utilizing the fourth IR in the factories. The second thing, which is the second example that I would like to bring, which is a global example, which is related to the research and R&D, that our R&D center in New York is trying to utilize the circular economy by doing research to develop those ideas, which is known for everyone, but how to develop those ideas, how to design them, and to share them with different sectors across the industry so they can utilize the waste and the decoupling growth of that business and make sure that no one of the factories have the waste because other factories will be utilizing it. And this will be done through our R&D and utilizing the awareness of what's going on in the different manufacturing facilities. And I believe this also can be brought here in the region and in specific in the kingdom. And I believe the incentives and the regulation that are by the government will be supporting this because this will be very important for bringing the efficiency to the best level. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting. I want to second this actually, just to call out a good story. We also have a publication from KPMG globally going out next week. And on the first page of the publication, there's a use case from Saudi called out globally as a successful best practice on leveraging technology for doing government business, specifically in the local government space. So, you're absolutely right. I think we started also bringing examples to the rest of the world. Thank you. Thank you. I move now to Francisco again. Francisco, we've heard about the World Economic Forum Lighthouse Network. My question to you is, how can we define which factories will be developed to become a lighthouse in 1 or 2 years? How do we set ambitious targets, define which support is required, and track progress?
Absolutely. Let me share a few words on what the Lighthouse Network is about. It's a community as of today of 69 of some of the most advanced facilities and value chains from all around the world. What we have developed is a process for identifying and rewarding those companies that have demonstrated how to successfully adopt and scale 4 industrial revolution use cases to drive both operational and financial impact. I think what is important to highlight is that there is an independent application process with an independent review panel that is in charge of identifying these facilities or value chains and giving the Lighthouse recognition. What is most important is, I think the award, it's important because we normally hear about operations where things go wrong, right, and not when things go right. So I think that rewarding people who are at the forefront of the transformation of operations, it's extremely important. But what is most exciting about this Global Lighthouse Network is that all those 69 facilities have agreed to open up their doors and engage in a joint learning journey. So these facilities, and the reason why we call them lighthouses, is because they are sharing part of the knowledge, part of the experience that they have gained by successfully adopting 4 industrial revolution use cases with the rest of the world and with the global manufacturing community. Something that I'd like to highlight is that in Saudi Arabia, there are already 2 lighthouses. They belong to Aramco, and especially the site in Kurais, which is one of the probably largest refineries. We have a role model and great example when it comes to process automation. The number of sensors that have been deployed across the site is really unprecedented, and the results that have been achieved are really setting a new benchmark for the oil and gas industry. Now, what lighthouses are really doing is, as I mentioned, is setting new benchmarks for the global manufacturing community, whether it's on growth, whether it's on cost reductions, whether it's on sustainability. Many lighthouses are enabling sustainability, reducing CO2 emissions, energy consumption, water consumption. They are all setting new benchmarks for the global manufacturing community to follow. But once again, and back to your question, I think that what makes a lighthouse and what is needed to have more lighthouses is really probably 3 things. One is a clear strategy and buy-in from the top management on each and every company so that the right investments in technology are done and enabled. The second one is investment, once again, and my colleagues mentioned that, in people, in new capabilities. We need to develop and upskill and reskill the workforce so that they can work with the use cases that are being developed and deployed. And then third one, the ability to deploy those use cases at scale. I think that we are seeing a lot of examples of good use cases being deployed at one facility in one specific location, but the real challenge now is to start transforming across multiple locations and multiple value chains. I think that the invitation is for more and more companies from Saudi Arabia to accelerate the digital transformation journey and to apply to be recognized as lighthouses and join the very unique learning journey that we have developed. I think what is extremely encouraging, building on what His Excellency, the Minister, shared at the very beginning of this session, is that when you look at, the current state of the workforce and the educated population that Saudi Arabia has, the current level of digital infrastructure compared to other countries, the investments that have been done to have the right strategy on the data, AI front, the thousands of industrial cities that are already in place. I think that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is a very unique position to be a leader and have more lighthouses in the network in the years to come.
Thank you, Francisco. I'll pose another question for you, Mr. Youssef. On my way to work every day, I see the SABIC Academy. You've mentioned that big part of also adoption is change management at the leadership level, and I think we just heard from Francisco how important is the upskilling, reskilling, and change management. What can you tell us from the SABIC experience when it comes to this?
Again, I think the purpose of SABIC Academy, basically it's a platform is a think tank for our organizations where we look at it as a catalyst to overcome some of our corporate challenges and normally bring different disciplines from different groups within our organizations. And of course, they have to be part of our high potential groups. We bring them into a group within SABIC Academy, and we give them all the resources required, and we basically explain to them our problem statements, and we give them the time required to come up with solutions. And lately, we are doing this, of course, leveraging the technology that's available for the company. This is why we look at SABIC as of today. I think a lot of people, they not yet recognize the fact that most of the previous historical way of developing applications, it was really a process-driven, and they were really very well known, and a lot of people are excited about it. But as of today, most of the application is really an engaging and collaborative platform. And nobody knows what's behind the scene. All what they experience is really what the applications or the system provides them. And this is a mind shift in terms of really moving our organization through talent developments where we need to have the values of collaborative mode rather than a silo mode. And I think this is very important, also lesson learned from the technology and digital economy that we are seeing. This is why we look at the data as of today. It's our new feedstock. And I think it's going to be truly a valuable feedstock for the company to make sure that we are really doing it on the highest level of optimizations. And that's why also the Academy has been offered not only for SABIC and SABIC talent, also for a public, especially government agency, and also our customers, and also another institutions. So far, we have been able to offer more than 3,200 executive programs for various organizations through very rigorous leadership, and they have to be selective. They have to go through our selection process, and we are also leveraging our digital, virtual learning capability given the current pandemics, because we have not really suspended our academy as well.
Thank you. Dr. Ibrahim, very quickly, you've told us about how you're incentivizing 4IR factories or industrial institutions. Is there any also special offering or incentivizing schemes for SMEs to also be part of this fourth industrial revolution?
So most of our clients are SMEs. 80% of our clients are SMEs, and the program is first offered to SMEs. We noticed the challenge that many SMEs faced when we had the pandemic, where we had to quickly move to a digital offering. And it required not only helping them transform, but also transforming ourselves to be ready to work with them. So immediately after the start of the pandemic within the kingdom, we did three things, focused mostly on SMEs. First, we said, المشغول لا يشغل. They're all in trouble. They're too busy to bug them. So we told all of them, no payments are due in 2020. No questions asked, no application needed, just no payments are due. And it's not a bullet point payment in 2021. We just restructured it on the remainder of and took the financial hit. Second, we had to help their immediate needs. So we did a few financial projects, the restructuring. We offered pre-approved for the first time of SIDF, pre-approved lines, working capital lines if you need to just, it's like a credit card ready for you. And we nudged medical and key medical products and pharma to buy raw material for a year or two and finance it and keep it with them. The second thing we worked on is that we had to improve ourselves. So we quickly, actually in June, we launched our first, I think it was the first G2B, fully automated, fully digital government contract. So the loan was, and we launched it live with the minister, so it wasn't, we were all at home and we had to launch that signature, but we launched all the contracts now are through Abshir. So you take care of all of your business with SIDF without needing to come. The only remaining thing is the mortgages, and they are happening as we speak. And we transformed the visits to factories to be virtual. So we updated our app to say, even if you don't have access now, even if you don't have Wi-Fi, just go and save it, and our app will remember the time and location, and we'll figure it out later. We'll trust you, trust and verify. We'll not, again, المشغول لا يشغل. The third thing we did, this is the nerd in me, thinking all of them are at home, why waste the time? Let's study. So we launched the academy end of 2019, and we quickly worked in March to come up with virtual programs with Stanford and Fitch and LBS, and we launched them in Ramadan that year. So since you are at home, you have no excuse, please come and study. We trained more than 3,300 people from 370 institutions, private and public, mostly SMEs, delivering more than 350,000 man training hours, just since the start of the pandemic. Alhamdulillah, there was a lot of appreciation to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim. Speaking of nerds, I think three of the people on the stage are electrical engineers. So I'll close my, my round of questions with you, Engineer Hisham. If we meet again, say in 2 years on this stage, discussing where Saudi would be for GE, as a destination for investing in locations for more applications of 4IR, what do you think your answer would be?
Thank you. This is a great question, because if you remember, I mentioned that all Saudi sectors are moving very, very fast since the beginning of the vision towards fourth IR. And I think in 2 years, given that I saw many examples of Saudi being a role model for others, I think in 2 years, Saudi Arabia will be the face or the direction of the majority of industries to come here and to invest, because of everything from the regulation standpoint, incentive standpoint, and the location standpoint, and the vision elements that support all the need of all investors that to come and to invest here. There are a lot of KPIs that have been achieved before 2030, and we have seen this in different interviews. And I believe, again, that in 2 years' time, that we will see a lot of good news here in the kingdom, inshallah.
Thank you very much. Francisco, I think we have less than a minute. Do you subscribe to this?
Absolutely, absolutely. And once again, let me reinforce that I believe that the opportunity that Saudi has ahead in this, reshuffling that we are seeing is quite unique and unprecedented.
Thank you, Francisco. I want to thank my dear panelists, Mr. Youssef, Dr. Ibrahim, Engineer Hisham, Francisco. Thanking also the first Saudi Forum for 4IR, the Center, and CAXT for hosting this very informative and insightful conference on 4IR. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you all for sharing with us your insights and views about how 4IR promises to change the face of industry and revolutionize how we live and work. C4IR KSA is supporting the adoption of 4IR technologies through its pilot project accelerating industrial IoTs for SMEs in collaboration with C4IR Brazil. For more information, you can visit our Twitter account at C4IR_KSA. And now we're about to begin our 10-minute break. Our esteemed panelists, there is a media zone outside next to the entrance. Journalists and reporters from different media outlets are looking forward to conduct interviews with you. So please collaborate with them, and thank you for your time. Enjoy your break. See you shortly. Welcome back, everyone. We will now look at something different, ladies and gentlemen, shaping the future of mobility and how this sector could define the future for emerging economies. Moderated by Dr. Hisham Shgir, Deputy Director for the Joint Centers of Excellence Program, CAXT. But before we start this session, it's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Engineer Saleh Al Jasser, Minister of Transport and Logistics Services.
It is my pleasure to be here to shed light on the impact of Industrial Revolution on the transport and logistics sector. Throughout history, the transport sector allowed mankind to capitalize on scientific and technological progress attributed to Industrial Revolution. Starting from the first Industrial Revolution in the 18th century, when railway infrastructure allowed for trains to transport people and goods. Then in the 19th century, by building roads to allow for movement of cars. Reaching to third Industrial Revolution in the 20th century, where introduction of container shipping and logistics services allowed for global trade movement. Today, we are on the verge of the fourth Industrial Revolution, where the technological advancements such as big data, artificial intelligence will enable revolutionary products, services, and new ways to work. The concept of transportation as we know it is expected to change yet again. The anticipated socio-economic benefits of new technologies such as reducing road fatalities, reducing the impact on environment, or improving the logistics services performance dictate the importance of accelerated adoption. It is important to highlight future mobility modes such as autonomous vehicles, UAVs, and shared mobility are expected to grow rapidly in the coming decade. This growth demands high level of coordination between various stakeholders to ensure required infrastructure and regulatory frameworks are in place to allow safe and efficient implementation globally and locally. The National Transportation and Logistics Strategy, which was recently launched by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, has set adoption of cutting-edge technologies as one of its main aspirations. This stems from our belief that global adoption of new mobility modes and leveraging new technologies is key enabler to achieve sector objectives to position the kingdom into a global logistics hub and enhance the quality of life for residents and citizens of Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Thank you, Wiam, for the introduction, and special thanks to His Excellency Engineer Saleh Al Jasser, Minister of Transport and Logistics Services, for his inspiring words of encouragement to begin our session. Good day and kind greetings to everyone. I'm honored to begin the next session of the 4IR Forum, titled Shaping the Future of Mobility, by first introducing our panel for the session. Dr. Mansour Al-Turki, Deputy Minister for Planning and Information with the Ministry of Transport and Logistics Services. Engineer Suleiman Al-Mazrour, CEO, the National Industrial Development and Logistics Program, NIDLIP. Mr. Abdurrahman Al-Mubarak, Vice Governor for Logistics, Communications, and Information Technology Commission. And streaming in, I can see here on the screens, Mr. Florian Leonard, the Head of Mobility, streaming in from NEOM. Thank you for joining us. And Mrs. Michelle Avery, the Head of Automotive and Autonomous Mobility with the World Economic Forum. Looks like you're streaming in from San Francisco. Mobility, the movement of people and goods, provides access to jobs, education, healthcare, and trade. Yet today's mobility systems cannot meet future demand without increasing congestion and pollution. The C4IR global network seeks to accelerate the global transition to safer, cleaner, and more inclusive transportation systems, optimizing the delivery of goods and ensuring access to mobility for everyone. The world's population is on course to reach 10 billion people by 2050. In face of this rapid growth, mobility systems in major cities are being overstretched while rural areas are falling further behind. How can sustainable and inclusive mobility be ensured? Cutting-edge technologies, such as autonomous vehicles, biometrics, and drones, are creating opportunities to transform mobility by enabling innovative business models and mobility services for a new and ever-changing demographic. And without further ado, let us begin our moderated conversation. And I would encourage the audience to put any questions they have forward in the chat box. I would like to introduce the first question for the panel directed towards Dr. Mansour. Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, launched recently the National Transport and Logistics Strategy that aims to position the kingdom as a global logistics hub connecting 3 continents and to improve all transport services in support of Saudi Vision 2030. Do you envision 4IR technologies to be the engine of achieving the strategy's aspirations?
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Hisham. The National Transport and Logistics Strategy, known as the NTLS, which was blessed to be launched by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, has set the roadmap for the sector for the next 10 years. The aspiration of this strategy are very ambitious. Attaining these aspirations will not only lead to the fact that we will be placing the kingdom as a global logistic hub, but also to enhance the quality of life in many Saudi cities. The aspiration of the strategy had to be so tied to the fact that we need to be so futuristic. And that means that we set it clearly and stated as part of the NTLS that adoption of new technologies in the sector, as well as adoption of new mobilities, is a strategic enabler for this strategy to achieve its objectives. And a quick and direct answer to your question, Dr. Hisham, is yes. 4IR does definitely play a major role, and it is considered the engine to accelerate toward achieving the sector aspirations. And allow me to give you some examples. When it comes to new technologies in the sector, we realize that technologies such as big data, analytics, artificial intelligence, and also Internet of Things will play a major role in enhancing the efficiency across the entire value chain of the sector. That means a better efficiency for the sector, but also for the NTLS, this will lead to the fact that key indices, global indices in fact, such as the LPI, the Logistic Performance Index, and the competitiveness of our country when it comes to trading across border are actually enhancing as well, which means an improvement sector-wide. When it comes also to adopting a new type of mobilities in a rapid manner, we realize also that new mobilities such as autonomous vehicles, as has been stated in the introduction, as well as drones, for instance, especially when they are integrated properly with the entire transport sector, leading to a better socioeconomic results, will lead to key targets that are embedded as part of the NTLS. And let me give you some examples of these targets. Road fatalities are actually a specific target that we are aiming to reduce. Similarly, when it comes to enhancing the transportation or public transportation share, that would be also something will be positively impacted by these kind of new mobilities, as well as the reduction and minimization of the footprint of the sector on the environment, which is aimed to be up to 25%. All of these are actually directly impacting specific indices and also targets that we have embedded as part of the NTLS.
Great, thank you very much, Dr. Mansour. That was quite insightful, and I'm looking forward to following up and seeing the progress on the strategy. The next question, directed over to Engineer Suleiman. The NIDLIP program aims to maximize the value of the national industrial, mining, energy, and logistics sectors while unlocking the full potential of the fourth industrial revolution. What are the ongoing and future key initiatives within the program that rely on leveraging 4IR technologies?
Thank you, Shaman.
Oh, you're welcome.
It's a great pleasure for me to be in such an important international event, and it's a special thanks to the organizers of this event. And it's only fair to, especially the international audience, to define what NIDLIP is. NIDLIP is National Industrial Development and Logistics Program, which is one of the Vision 2030 programs covering 4 main sectors: energy, industry, mining, and logistics. These 4 sectors integrate together to create more values to the kingdom and, of course, to the international community. 4IR technologies are in the center of NIDLIP. We think NIDLIP will accelerate the sector development through 4IR technologies. Let's give you some examples of some initiatives. The first step was to actually establish the digital infrastructure enablement. 5G networks and fiber optics in the industrial cities and ports has to be there for the technologies to actually adopt more advanced technologies. Additional to that, we need more lighthouse factories. That's why we need more soft loans, more productivity programs to encourage factories to actually speak technology advancement and be lighthouses. For IR capability centers, what we call for IR capability centers, participation with universities and private sector to establish centers that provide use cases, consultation to these sectors to actually adopt and accelerate the adoption of Industry 4.0. These are some of initiatives. Mobility for the Future is one of the initiatives actually led by Dr. Mansour. That's actually look at the mobility from innovation all the way to regulations, use cases, all the way to sustainability of the mobility of the future for the logistics sectors. So these are just some of the initiatives and our ambitions to actually partner with key global players to accelerate the adoption of this sector to maximize the value for these sectors in the kingdom.
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, NIDLIP is a very interesting program, and I think, like you said, the combination of those sectors makes it unique. And I think there's many opportunities for 4IR, I think, within NIDLIP. Great, excellent. Now moving on to Mr. Abdurrahman. How can we create an enabling environment for the acceleration of 4IR adoption and last mile delivery?
First of all, I'm happy to be with you today. And the tension between new innovative technologies and regulations is not something new. For years, and we've seen so many examples where innovative technologies with an innovative business models got always ahead of regulations. The responsibility of enabling and paving the way for the fourth IR technologies is on both the private sector and the public sector, especially the regulators, where the regulations has to enable the adaptation of the fourth IR, and especially in the logistics sector. We need also to keep in mind that this comes with cost and it is time consuming, but it always pays off later. Allow me to give you an example on how regulations can support emerging businesses and industries. CITC started regulating the emerging industry of food delivery applications. And this emerging sector that started recently, no regulation in the world have got it 100% right, taken in consideration the complexity of the crowdsourcing model, the technology, and the logistics as a backbone as well. In CITC, we created a sandbox, a regulatory experimental environment where we test our regulations and make sure that the regulations are tested before we implementing it. And we can say that we have succeeded in that field by announcing recently, after a year and a half of the sandbox, the filing of 4 companies, the filing for the IPO. On the other hand, the e-commerce. The e-commerce is taking a giant leaps towards raising the bar and the customer experience. Therefore, logistics have to cope up quickly, and the logistics can only cope up by utilizing the 4th IR technologies.
Excellent. Yeah, I think those are excellent points. And I think, like you said, utilizing public and private partnerships to help build the regulations and help make sure that regulations don't fall behind technology development. Great. Now, moving on to some of our distinguished speakers joining us online. Mr. Florin, could you please give us a brief description of the LINE initiative and its significance locally and globally? What policy challenges are the project and others facing in bringing together best practices in urban design, mobility, and sustainable technologies?
Thank you very much, and it's a great honor to be here and to the panel. NEOM and the LINE really is a very unique opportunity to look at how we can bring a number of these converging technologies that were mentioned earlier in the evening together in a greenfield setting, in an opportunity to actually integrate not just technology, but how we design cities, how we design transportation cities with these enabling technologies that we now have and that we can bring together for the first time in a dedicated development. There's a lot of innovation currently around the world around sort of 3-4 broad areas in mobility. One, of course, is vitally important is fuel substitution, is new forms of propulsion. We're also seeing really new developments around use innovation, shared mobility, rather than necessarily using my own private car. We then have smart technologies that enable us to look at new forms of control and command and automation. And of course, we have a unique new access to data that can help us bring this together. So in NEOM and the LINE is really both innovating in design, creating a linear city, which creates the kind of perfect dimensions for us to look at urban design that has as its core very highly efficient, futuristic mass transit systems, but allows us to have livable quarters along this line, which enable then much more livable cities without the congestion that was mentioned earlier. And as bringing that together, these backbone public mobility systems, with them new innovative forms of shared mobility and autonomous mobility that is really at the heart of both the LINE mobility vision, but the overall vision for the LINE, which is to really look at how we can develop a blueprint for urban development in the 21st century that looks at minimizing the footprint of the urban development itself, but also that can intelligently bring together these different forms of innovation around mobility in a truly unique and futuristic way of addressing the challenges that were mentioned before around transportation.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And I think still one of the world's challenges is indeed traffic congestion. Mrs. Michel, moving on to you. Governments, policymakers and regulators around the world are struggling to keep up with the pace of scientific and technological change. How do you assess the situation when it comes to mobility?
Well, thank you very much for letting me be here and join you all today. It is a true honor. And I have to say, I really appreciate all the comments of my fellow panelists. They've brought in some very, very important things. Mobility, when we think about cars, when we think about public transit, when we think about commercial freight movement, this whole sector is undergoing significant change. And as you, Dr. Hassam, had already stated, we have our collective goals around reducing the impact of climate change, reducing CO2 emissions. We also have a shared goals of increasing inclusivity and equity, making sure that mobility is accessible for women, for people who rely on wheelchairs, for the elderly. And then we also have to improve safety, reduce fatalities and injuries brought about by the very movement of people and goods. And all the components of these areas are under enormous change, from digitalization, both inside of their companies and also from external forces, looking at obviously things like mobility as a service, autonomy, electrification, hydrogen, the movement of hardware and software as well. And all of these require enormous amounts of capital to impact change, and also include physical infrastructure, which is not cheap either. So when you think about these things, you need to consider, how are you going to prioritize addressing these? Because we can't do it all, and we can't do it all at once. So the first thing to do is really work with your citizens. And this is where I feel very deeply for mobility regulators and mobility planners, really having to talk to your citizens to understand, what do they need? What are their hopes for their society? And what problems are you trying to solve? From there, you can begin laying in technological solutions that can address those. But it also requires the ability to measure that impact. How do you know that you're actually pulling the right technology levers to impact the change that you want? And this is very complicated, which is why I was very pleased to hear some of the panelists talk about the importance of multi-stakeholder collaboration and international collaboration. These topics are very complicated. We're not going to solve this alone. And we have the opportunity to come together and share best practices as well as learnings to really help forward and improve the state of the world and these very important aspects of mobility that are life essential services for healthcare, food, for education, for labor, and our employment.
Excellent. Those are all great points. And I'm sure we can learn a lot from the C4IR Global Network. Great. Thank you for joining us, and thanks for taking the time to join the forum. So now we're going to start a new round of questions. So we'll be looping back to Dr. Mansour. Future of mobility modes, such as autonomous vehicles and UAVs, have the potential to improve safety, decrease pollution levels, improve the quality of life in Saudi cities. What are the bottlenecks hindering the adoption of those modes? For example, from safety standards, technology integration, regulation, etc.
Well, identifying bottlenecks for the entire type of technologies, given the fact that normally technologies and their journey toward final approval go through different phases of maturity. So let's first agree on the maturity level that any technology can face in its journey toward final endorsement and approval. In my humble opinion, any technology will either fall through an R&D kind of phase, or maybe a piloting, prototyping kind of phase, or maybe the most advanced phase of maturity, which is a market ready, if we can call it. So if we agree on these kind of categories, we can then identify the type of bottlenecks per each phase, and then come up with ways to overcome these kind of bottlenecks. So for the market ready phase, the actual challenge here, Dr. Hisham, is that having this kind of technology at a wider scale is the challenge. Normally, for instance, if we look at autonomous shuttles or in a controlled environment and a predetermined route, they are existing, yet not to the level that we all feel satisfaction with. The challenge here is that normally there are some safety regulations that needs to be fully approved, preventing this type of technology to take place at a wider scale, or maybe some OEM kind of certificates that are needed and necessary for this technology to be fully exposed. I think the solution when it comes to this is to have these kind of technologies sponsor by the necessary sponsors to allow both users to utilize it and also for operators to adopt these kind of technologies. If we move on to the lower level of maturity, we can also see autonomous vehicles. They are actually there, we hear of them, yet many of the situations when it comes to this type of technology do fall in this category, piloting category. And the secret here, in my opinion, is to have, yes, there are some OEM kind of challenges to accelerate the process toward final certifications, but also the issue is that many governments take this as a second round, identifying the important infrastructure needs and requirements, both technical and physical, which leads to that phase to extend to another level. So I think the key word here is to have both at a parallel phase or lines to allow the market to penetrate and adopt this technology to the market-ready phase. The lowest phase, obviously, is the R&D. I think the point here is to have those R&D centers supported either directly by providing the important fund and needed fund for them to accelerate toward the next phase, or indirectly by providing and availing the means that would take these kind of technologies from theoretical applications to more real life and prototype. In conclusion, I think all policymakers, the private sectors, and also R&D centers can jointly play a major role on advancing these kind of technologies through these phases and toward avoiding these bottlenecks and full exposure phase.
Excellent. That was a great explanation. And I think you raised a good point. Like you said, that each technology readiness level does have its own challenges, both in regulation and also in actually doing the work. So I think that's an excellent point. Thank you. So moving over to Engineer Suleiman, how does NIDLIP envision the future of mobility by 2030?
I think the word smart used to be used when two machines talk to each other. I think that's the old definition. The new definition of smartness is when data flows, controls, and signals flow cross sectors. And I think that's the key to the smartness of today and tomorrow. As we progressing over to 2030, we believe that a lot of work, we will witness a lot of work in the industrial cities, logistic hubs, different size of grid, and many mining activities. These isolated islands must be connected to each other, and leveraging the 4IR technology will be the only way to do that. Starting from robotics, drones, to IoTs and AI, all the way to hyperloops and autonomous vehicles. This will be, the technology will be connecting these four islands. And if I imagine how NIDIB will participate in the Vision 2030, in 2030 we will be having the smart mining, supplying a smart factory connected to smart industrial city, and moving goods and services and people to a smart logistics with best-in-class logistic hubs, transition seamlessly between different transportation modes. And that's definitely will be powered by smart grid. This is what will happen in 2030 in Saudi Arabia, and of course, across the borders to neighboring country and the continents. And there are technologies now progressing toward that, like blockchains. This will achieve to Saudi Arabia specifically and to the joining efforts more utilization, better utilization of clean energy, saving environments, shortest path and optimal mode of delivery, productive network. All that will happen just by having this network connected together in one smartness. And that's just the beginning of the story. With technologies, we will have a lot unlocked just by having these modes connected to each other, whether within the kingdom or across the borders.
Excellent. Yeah, I totally agree. I think you're right that there's some challenges that are going to be there. So we're looking forward to. Great. Now switching back to our guest streaming online, or sorry, Mr. Abdurrahman. Oh, sorry. Mr. Abdurrahman, logistics is a sector filled with the promise of automation and digitization. Where do you see 4IR technologies making the biggest impact?
Well, the logistics is about delivering goods on time, in a good condition, at the right price. And to do that, companies are spending times, efforts on optimizing the delivery and capacity management. There is no better way than doing that better than using the fourth IR technologies such as IoT combined with AI. No matter how good are your planners, the technology will always get it better. The other thing is the common language, the common logistics language. Today, there is no common logistics language can be understood across all the systems in the world. And allow me to give you an example. Today, if you buy an airline ticket anywhere in the world using the aviation systems, your journey details can be read by a system anywhere in the world and understand where are you flying from and where are you flying to. This is unfortunately not the case with the logistics. We think that this is the right time to rebuild the digital infrastructure of logistics, taking advantage of the fourth IR technologies to deliver better luxury in terms of that sector, using all the possible technologies, AI, IoT, autonomous vehicles, etc. And to also move the logistics sector to the next generation and to the digital age.
Good point. And I think there's some similarities with moving goods and moving people, so I think they could both learn from each other. So, good point. Mr. Florine, how can the line be used as a model for collaboration with local key stakeholders?
Thank you very much, and it is an excellent question. NEOM really as a whole, and particularly also NEOM Mobility and NEOM, looked at NEOM as a global living lab for bringing together not just these different technological advances, but also the different stakeholders, users, and other innovations that need to come together to bring this alive. And I think the point just previously on logistics, there's a really interesting development that we've seen over the last 10, 15 years is that instead of going to the store, now we expect the store to come to us. There's been a big change in cities of a huge increase in delivery and small goods logistics, perhaps less a focus on passenger mobility of people going shopping, even though that still exists also, of course. So we can see that these things do interrelate very much, but and also understand that sometimes this is not just about technology, but about what type of demand we create, be it for retail or be it for passenger mobility. And so I think what NEOM is an incredible opportunity, and what we're working very hard at is now to understand how does urban design and also the mixture of the city, the mixed use of the city, create what type of demand for services, for transport, for human needs, and then bring together the right technological solutions or the right use innovations that allow us to make that more efficient and more livable. And so NEOM really is working very hard with innovators at the technology level, with this incredible, exciting developments that are going on, not just around autonomous, but as was mentioned before, also about urban air mobility, around new high-speed modes, but also around new opportunities for ground-based robotics and last-mile delivery service. And so we are working very closely with companies in Saudi Arabia and around the world to be that living lab, to allow you to come and test and scale your technology, but to do it in an integrated ecosystem. I think too often we see at the moment isolated innovations happening in legacy cities and legacy infrastructures, where they don't really get to unfold that true convergence, where they help enable that systemic sector coupling that was also mentioned earlier, that really helps us build truly advanced and sustainable cities. And so NEOM, in that sense, really wants to be that living lab, the place that invites and collaborates with technology innovators, policymakers. It is equally important for us to understand how do we then shape a regulatory system that takes account of that sector coupling, that takes account of all these different technological and other innovations interacting with each other. And there again, I think we are a living lab and working very closely with our colleagues from MOT and other ministries in Saudi Arabia to understand about how NEOM can tie some of the regulatory and governance arrangements for these technologies, but always with a view to building truly sustainable and human-centric.
Thank you. Yes, that's very insightful. I really like this idea of a living lab. Hopefully we'll get to see some of the progress there in NEOM. Now moving over to Mrs. Michelle. How can we address the significant challenges that both private and public organizations face when it comes to adapting to the fourth industrial revolution, such as scaling of technologies through environments, increasing worker skills, and evolving cybersecurity threats?
It's a big question, without a doubt. As I mentioned before, I'm a big believer and a big proponent of multi-stakeholder collaboration. And a part of that means creating a safe environment in which people can come together and share what they know and what they don't know. And that's really important. And that community should be very specific. It should be industry, not just your big established players, but your startups and your innovators. It should absolutely be government at the various stages of the regulatory authority, be it at the municipal level or at a higher level. It should also be your universities and your researchers where you have expertise, and also your civil societies. They do need to come together to have these open and frank discussions and share information. I also really appreciate the layered approach to deal with technological maturity and also society's readiness to adopt and embrace this. So let me give you an example of how this could work, looking at logistics, which we've been talking about quite a bit. You might be able to take, let's say, 100 traditional routes that a company uses and drives. And you might not be able to make those all autonomous right at the top. But maybe you could take 50 of those 100 and make them electric and begin bringing down your CO2 emissions and start grabbing data on how those vehicles perform. And as you analyze the electrification of those routes, you can then start looking at and analyzing the autonomy. What does the autonomy do? Is it bringing down the number of fatalities or potential collisions? And really understand those planned actions and implications, but also how you're going to address unintended consequences. Because they're going to happen. We can't predict everything. But when you're talking about an 80,000-pound truck, you have to think about unintended consequences, because anytime you have that with a vehicle of that size, it's going to be quite consequential. So you need to be very, very sensitive as you roll these things out. Now, when it comes to something like cyber resiliency, you obviously have security by design, but that's never going to be enough. And this is where international collaboration is essential. We do this in the financial sector, where we know how to collaborate on cyber resiliency. We need to start bringing some of those best practices forward into the mobility space and really start having some frank discussions about cyber resiliency within our vehicular systems, particularly as we look at autonomy, because that is a unique class that needs to be looked at very specifically. Finally, labor, which is huge because all of these areas employ a lot of people. And when we think about the reskilling and the future skills that are needed, we can't do that unless we understand what industry thinks they need, what universities are prepared for, and then how government can provide a safety net and help with these very important transitions, and also to deal with any unintended consequences.
Excellent. Those are really good points. And I think you're right that a lot of the technology, like you mentioned, autonomous technology specifically, that comes with these consequences, but we could call them risks. And I think being aware of them is, one of the biggest challenges on how to mitigate the risks. But I think an interesting point that, going back to the technology readiness, that, including the consequences with the technology readiness, I think this is a different approach. So now that we're reaching the end of the session, we have about 5 minutes left. And so I'm going to check now and see if there's any questions from the audience. Okay, so we have one final question, and this is more of an open-ended question, so we'll make it optional and see who's brave enough to attempt to take the question. What do you think is the most important action that needs to happen in order to enable the future of mobility? So let's start. Maybe Dr. Mansour, I'll volunteer you.
Sure. Not a problem. I think this is highly relevant to the last question you have asked me, which is the bottlenecks that usually prevents technologies from taking place and being fully exposed and utilized and part of the ecosystem. So in brief, and I've witnessed some real-life situations, actual situations where that middle phase, as I titled it, the pilot or prototype kind of phase for a specific technology. It's sad sometimes that it takes, or it's been split into two different phases. And I think that's definitely an action that would play a major role on moving forward with a specific future of mobility technologies. If both private sectors or maybe OEM leaders, where they develop and enhance the process of finalizing certificates of OEM, or even some safety regulations, but normally there is that actual adoption of these kind of technologies in real life. And honestly speaking, governments do play a major role in that regard, and can make it a more efficient kind of phase moving toward the market ready, where the issue is to have it at a wider scale. One more thing that I think is also beneficial and could be one of the actions is the fact that a joint piloting between both parties, government and private sectors or OEM leaders, with a very close supervision and continuous supervision of that specific technology considered at the pilot phase, can also accelerate the maturity level of that specific technology. Sometimes it could be a mode of mobility, a new future mobility mode, and that would definitely accelerate it to the next phase. So in my humble opinion, I think that middle phase is the phase that can undergo some kind of enhancement and be relooked at again to give it its normal due course instead of having it at a longer base.
Great point. Great point. I totally agree. I think there's a lot of challenges with the technology readiness level, and maybe it needs to be updated, or maybe we need a 4IR technology readiness level. We have a little bit of time. We can see, maybe make it quick, Engineer Suleiman.
Sure. I'm not a believer of a silver bullet solution that usually do the action. I'm actually more into what Michelle was saying of multi-stakeholders working together to with the continuous feedback process to adoption of the solutions. There is no one call of action for mobility. It's many call of action that has to come all together with multi-stakeholders working together to make sure that we're going safely, but we are accelerated path and learning from the opportunities that we're getting from every step we get through.
That's a good point. Mr. Abdurrahman?
I won't be adding more other than my colleagues, the panelists. Yeah. But I believe the regulations are an important factor. Flexibility in the regulations. Sandboxes are the key to all these kind of emerging new technologies and the fourth IR. And I think the flexibility of the regulators is a key.
Yeah. So we have just a few seconds left. Mr. Florine, just a few words maybe to close the session or address the question.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think to build on everything that was said, but I guess the priority that I very much see is around sustainability. I do believe that we're at an inflection point, at a crisis moment now, where we have to radically advance how we decarbonize, but also avoid other emissions that come from the transport. And so that to me is the overriding priority, and I think a lot of technology is already available to do that. So I think that to me is the critical question. Can we bring these technologies together to become truly sustainable in the way we organize mobility in the 21st century?
Great point. Mrs. Michelle, I guess we'll end with you.
Sure. Yeah, I'd like to echo the importance of data, qualitative and quantitative, and really building in those feedback loops so you can make informed improvements. I think can be very, very powerful.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you, speakers, and thank everybody for joining. Wish you all a wonderful evening. Thanks again.
Thank you all for sharing with us your views and emphasizing on the need to see the mobility sector as an enabler of economic growth rather than just a polluter or consumer of natural resources. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin a 10-minute break. We will be back shortly for the last session of the day. To discuss how the COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the development of technologies and shaped the future of technology in medicine and healthcare systems around the world. And please, our esteemed panelists, there is a media zone outside next to the entrance. Reporters and journalists are looking forward to conduct interviews with each one of you. So please collaborate with them, and thank you for your time. Enjoy the break. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everyone. Now we're going to start the last session of the day titled Building Crisis Resilient Healthcare Systems. We'll discuss in depth about how COVID-19 is reshaping science, technology, and innovation, moderated by Dr. Batul Elbaz, Director of National Center for Genomic Technologies, King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology. To start this session, it's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Dr. Tawfiq Al-Rabi'a, Minister of Health.
Your Excellencies, esteemed colleagues, I am honored to participate in this forum themed Harnessing Fourth Industrial Revolution in Saudi Arabia, where leaders and key influencers will be engaging in panel discussions to cover essential pillars that highlight industry and government transformation, as well as technology and governance. The new reality for healthcare will require a redesign of care systems to embrace broader integrated care networks that place patients at the center and to deliver coordinated and consistent services. Healthcare in a post-COVID world will require a more agile, interprofessional workforce that can deliver team-based care. Staffing models and deployment will need to accommodate tasks and competencies rather than roles and job titles. Frontline workers must be empowered to leverage technology to allow them to focus on higher value work. The potential for merging digital and biological systems will elevate the provision of healthcare. Technologies such as smartphones and wearable fitness devices are collecting highly detailed data about health that has the potential to transform not only individual care, but also medical research. Many healthcare providers are exploring the potential of telemedicine to monitor and treat patients remotely via sensors and medical devices. Saudi Authority established a governance system to continuously monitor national and international updates, trace contacts, screen the population, raise awareness, and take proper actions to contain the spread of this disease. After the announcement of the first case in Saudi Arabia, all schools, social events, sporting activities, domestic and international travels were suspended. The Hajj pilgrimage for 2020 was scaled down to limit the participant with no emergence of COVID-19 cases. The country maintained all basic health services and immunization programs and supported all proposals for COVID-19 drugs and vaccines. The country is working to develop its capacity to produce these products and achieve self-sufficiency. This endeavor has been a collective effort led by the highest authority to put people's health at the forefront and could not be achieved without the solidarity and collective efforts of all. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being with us tonight. I welcome you all to this last session of tonight's agenda in the first Saudi Forum for the Fourth Industrial Revolution. I'm Batul Elbaz, and I'm the director of the National Center for Genomic Technologies in King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, CAXT, and I'm privileged to moderate this panel discussion under the theme Building Crisis-Resilient Healthcare Systems, where we'll be hearing from our panelists tonight about the role of the Fourth Industrial Revolution in fostering these resilient environments. I want to take this opportunity to make a comment on His Excellency's words and acknowledge the efforts of the healthcare providers and the frontliners and all the efforts that have contributed in facing the COVID-19 challenges that we have faced through this pandemic. Indeed, the collaborative efforts and the surge in the Fourth Industrial Revolution technologies have massively contributed to the great success of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's managing of this pandemic. If there's one thing that this pandemic has taught us, it is actually the resilience, and it has actually proved to us that we truly foster all the elements that this unprecedented situation has faced us with, and that is the agility, the response to the action, the efficiency, and taking the action at the right time. Without further ado, I would like to present to you the panelists for tonight. I welcome Professor Ayman Abdou, the Secretary General for the Saudi Commission for Health Specialties. Thank you for being with us tonight. I also welcome Dr. Abdul Qadir Al Mu'in, I welcome Dr. Abdul Qadir Al Mu'in, the CEO, to the National AI Center at the Saudi Data and Artificial Intelligence Authority, SDAIA. And also online, we have Dr. Reem Al Banyan joining us virtually, and she is the CEO of the Center for Improving Value and Health. Thank you for being with us tonight. I also want to welcome Dr. Jenia Dana, the Head of Healthcare in the World Economic Forum. Thank you for being with us tonight. She is joining us from the United States. Without further ado, I'd like to ask the first question to Professor Ayman. I'm really intrigued to hear from you. From your point of view, what do you think the fourth industrial revolution technologies have contributed to the acceleration of mobilization for support during the COVID-19 pandemic?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good evening, everyone. I hope you're still awake with the evening and late session. We are in the business of training and developing workforce talent. And to be very honest, this field has not been very receptive of technologies in general, let alone fourth industrial revolution technologies. But I think the pandemic was the perfect stimulus to get us all out of our comfort zones, thinking about how can we do things that were taken for granted in a very different way. To train a physician, for example, you need to see him. You need him to touch a patient. You need him to do a procedure, and you need to watch that and evaluate that. And so doing that without having that liberty was a challenge. In the Saudi Commission, we have the postgraduate healthcare education, which is the Saudi board, as you know, huge enterprise. And we have the continuous professional development of all healthcare workers. But that is a slow engine. That is an engine that takes time, and it's quite traditional. During the pandemic, we were faced with big challenges of needing to produce specific talent, specific skills in a very short time. So I'm going to give you three very quick examples for the shortage of time. The first example, we were part of a national committee set by the government to help train volunteers. And there was a very big committee with members of many ministries, and we were tasked to design the training courses. So 3 courses were conducted. One was with volunteers, and one was for ICU healthcare, and one was for infection control and emergency medicine. 220,000 people were trained and certified within about 3 months. And that was only possible through e-learning, which was not, I guess, necessarily cutting-edge technology, but with some experimentation with virtual simulation. This virtual simulation contained a lot of adaptive learning and a little bit of touch of artificial intelligence in real-life scenarios, and asking healthcare workers to manage their way around that. I think that was a very successful experiment, and I think we're going to be building on it to produce more long-term activities. The second example is, as you know, telemedicine has become very important during the COVID outbreak, and there was an issue with governance of telemedicine. So with joint effort with the Saudi Council, Medical Council or Health Council, we worked on governance guidelines and on e-learning modules to train healthcare workers to use telemedicine. who can use it, how can you use it, what happens when a medical error happens. And I think that was a very important governance piece. The third thing, which was very important, as you all saw, healthcare workers were under a lot of pressure and challenges, and so we designed this platform called Da'im. This is a platform, an online platform, where all practitioners can go in a very secretive and protective environment, and they could share their symptoms of depression or anxiety or burnout, and they would give psychology and social support. This is now being developed with an AI background to try to help and predict burnout before it actually happens, so that we could target healthcare workers who are under a lot of pressure and give them support before burnout actually happens. So these are three very simple examples. They're not necessarily cutting-edge technology, but these are experiments that we found the value of using technologies of the fourth industrial revolution in doing basic business as we know it.
That is very interesting insights about the marriage between human intelligence and artificial intelligence. I'd like to hear from Dr. Abdelkader, moving on to the AI side of it. How do you think the fourth industrial revolution technology has contributed to the COVID-19 response in Saudi Arabia?
First of all, good evening, everyone, and I would like to thank you for inviting me to be part of this esteemed panelist. And secondly, thank you for the promotion. I'm not the CEO for the National Center for AI. I'm the health sector head. To answer the question, I think the Saudi Vision 2030 already paved the way toward the digital transformation. COVID-19 was just a factor to accelerate it. If we look at what exactly happened, there are more than almost 19 different applications developed during the pandemic to overcome the challenges that the health sector suffer from. What Professor Ayman talked about is, for example, the telehealth and the virtual care, and how digitization and the artificial intelligence part of transforming and providing care anywhere is becoming actual norm today. The other aspect, what's developed in collaboration between the Ministry of Health and the Saudi Data and AI Authority, SDAIA, is Tawakkalna, which is an application support managing individual permits to go and leave during the curfew. Also introduces the health status, which today we heavily depend to go back to normal, where we are one of the first countries to introduce color-coded for your health status, as well as introducing the health passport that help to understand your immunity status. More of other applications like delivery and other that's also support in the journey of transforming or helping in transforming the health as an industry. Another aspect which is related to the artificial intelligence is diagnosis or supporting physician in their diagnosis journey. Today, to reach out to with limited access to services, AI support radiologists in helping them, for example, screening for specific diseases like breast cancer and other diseases where patient cannot or they have to do the screening or the mammogram at their home or within their region or jurisdiction. Other services accessing through their mobile to access the virtual care, which is becoming to some extent today the norm of providing healthcare. All of that contribute to the strategic objective of the Vision 2030, in particular the healthcare, focusing on access to healthcare, reducing the cost, improving the quality, and eventually with the population health, as we're generating more data and high quality of data, I think AI will be a big player toward transforming and helping in transforming the healthcare as an industry.
I guess it goes back to the idea of that with crises, we get a lot of opportunities. So as you said, there was a lot of applications in the fourth industrial revolution technologies. However, COVID was just the switch that actually ignited the surge in all of these technologies. Dr. Areem, thank you for joining us. I'd like to listen to your thoughts about how do you think we can use the technologies in the fourth industrial revolution to increase the value in healthcare?
Of this esteemed panel and this very timely event on the fourth industrial revolution. I'd like to start by saying a few words about health systems. There's an unprecedented urgency for health systems to transform to deliver better value. And this is something that we knew prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. Globally, health systems have been facing big challenges. Rising demand for services, increasing numbers of people that suffer from chronic diseases, aging populations, and the rising costs. And health systems globally have been taking steps towards improving value in health. And what we mean by this is a shift, an important shift in focus from focusing on quantity and consumption to focusing on value and impact on the health and outcomes of the population, communities, and individuals. Across all nations, more than $8 trillion is spent on health and care. And we know that very little of this has made a significant impact on people's health. And prior to COVID-19, health systems have been very cautious and somewhat slow in the steps they took towards this movement, towards focusing on outcomes relative to the effort that's put in there. And in the face of the pandemic, this cautiousness and slow, stepwise approach in the context of this conversation on the fourth industrial revolution, this is no longer the way to go. There is an urgent need for health systems to make this movement. The other point on this is the speed, the velocity of the fourth industrial revolution. The way we understand it is exponential. And building on the comment made by Professor Ayman, in the sense that health and healthcare has been somewhat slower than other industries in adopting innovations and discovery, we are active agents in creating the future, and we need to take the move to transforming what health systems do in order to achieve improvement in people's health, improvement in care, and containing the costs. Another point I'd like to make is on complexity and uncertainty. And, you know, I heard this in many of the panels, and this is a repeating theme of a conversation on the fourth industrial revolution. And this demands agility and responsiveness. The COVID-19 pandemic is a crisis that really tested and pushed health systems hard, and resulted in two things when it comes to health and health systems. It resulted in important lessons from losses and big challenges that we had, and equally important lessons on opportunities that we took, such as the rapid adoption and use of digital health, the learning cycles that we've seen across borders, and importantly, engaging the people. And I used to describe the health sector as an industry that's a service industry, but I think it's more than a service industry, because there's this co-creation and co-production that happens between the consumer of the services and the system itself and the providers. And some of the examples that we've heard from this panel and we've heard earlier today is the unprecedented uptake of telehealth, the speed and development of smartphone applications, the use of big data, and the rapid scientific research that we've seen where, you know, the changes, I mean, we've seen this in our experience in the kingdom where the guidelines for care for people with COVID-19 change by the day, where we used to struggle to develop a set of care guidelines for a disease that go obsolete prior to the time that they are published.
Thank you so much, Dr. Reem. We've heard a lot about the systems and the delivery of healthcare. I want to move and ask Dr. Genia. Of course, with a lot of surge in all of the fourth industrial revolution technologies and the delivery of healthcare, it comes with a lot of, it imposes a need, a natural need for governance and frameworks. I want to hear from you, how do you think the global technology governance frameworks can improve the management of health crises and increase the level of our preparedness for the future?
Thank you for the question, and it's a pleasure to be with you this evening. What I wanted to highlight in my remarks is on the topic of data. And responding to health crises requires data, lots of it, many different times, including in situations that are fast moving and where we have global crises on our hands, just like we have right now with the current pandemic. We know that we live in a very global world, and so the data that we need in order to respond quickly, to drive innovation, to take public health actions, is really distributed all over the world. And so I want to draw from some of the work that we have done at the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution in genomics and healthcare to talk a little bit about how governance can help us access those distributed pots of data. So one way that we have found to enable the querying or visiting of the necessary data to respond to health challenges is through a type of data architecture called a federation. So that is really where data are being generated in different institutions, in different countries, and the need now is to go where those data are and ask questions of them. This is critical for the understanding of how the variants or the mutations in the coronavirus are happening, where we are sequencing and building that capacity all over the world. So there are repositories of genomic data and clinical data and epidemiological data that are starting to be built across continents, across the world. And what we need now is to be able to quickly go there and ask questions of that data in order to drive the development of new vaccines or updates to our vaccines, to ensure that our diagnostics tests are calibrated and being able to pick up the most appropriate changes in infection in people, and to be able to feed that data rapidly into the innovation ecosystem. So setting up the governance of these consortiums or these federations of data is really critical in this instance, but in many other instances where we know the data that we need are all over the place. So we have, through a pilot project on rare diseases and genomic data, actually worked out the details of how do you build trust and transparency between institutions who hold this very critical pieces of data. Genomic data being very personal and deeply sensitive pieces of data, being able to combine that information with clinical data and with with data about people's environments and where they live. And being able to harness that and actually be able to drive innovation is something that we've spent a lot of time on. And we find that in times of crises, being able to stand up quickly these kinds of trusted networks that allow queries to ask questions of the relevant kinds of data is a structure that works very well in being able to drive that innovation and public health response. But setting those up and being able to govern the trust and the transparency between those institutions is the really critical piece. Takes the most time, and the technology is often ready far before the governance structures are. Thank you.
Thank you. Definitely the topic of genomics is one that is very close to my heart, and I'd like to have a discussion with you about it. Of course, the power of genomics data has a great power to increase the level of preparedness for any pandemic, and the power of health analytics and data, specifically genomics, have contributed in the COVID-19 greatly. Now, these all the frameworks and the governance and all this discussion is very useful, but I want to steer the wheel a little bit and go and talk again to Professor Ayman about the changes in the academic infrastructure. So as you mentioned before, that there is a speed in the learning for the clinicians. How do you think that all of the fourth industrial revolution and the COVID-19 response have contributed to the change in the infrastructure of the academic training for medical practitioners?
Well, I think it's going to have a massive change, but I think we need to start from the real issues or the real problems. And we were just discussing before the panel, these technologies must not be a strawberry that is put on the cake to make it look better or look nicer. It should be generating from a real need. So I'll give you a practical example. We have a very big problem with healthcare education, for example, in Saudi Arabia, in that there are different islands and silos that are not necessarily talking together or collaborating well. We have the undergraduate world, and we have the postgraduate world, which is the boards, and then we have the continuous professional development, and then we have the real world. So if I'm a medical school who's graduating, let's say 300 doctors a year, I don't get any feedback on how are these doctors doing. Maybe these doctors are actually killing patients or harming patients. You all know very well that 1 in every 10 patient that is admitted to hospital is harmed by the medical system. This very valuable data is not being transferred back to the factory. So we have a car that is being produced, and there are faults that are killing drivers and killing passengers, and nobody's telling the factory, the tires you're using are not efficient or are not working well. And so we're trying to do this system where all the, at least from our part in the Saudi Commission, we have this project called 360. We're trying to pool data from every single encounter that a medical or a healthcare practitioner has with the Commission, and pool all this data in one pool. For example, all the exams, whether they're the licensing exams or the postgraduate exams, are all pooled in one system, where reports goes to the candidate, to his trainer, to his training center, and to us in statistical analysis to try to understand. So there is an AI piece where the student is guided towards his areas of weakness. So example, if you repeatedly don't do well on, let's say, the psychiatry question, the system will automatically guide you towards psychiatry resources and where you're weak in that. So that's going to be useful for the candidate. It goes to the center, so the dean of the medical college knows that he needs to fire the Department of Psychiatry chairman because the students are not learning psychiatry, for example. So that's one piece of it. The other piece is we want to connect this with the continuous professional development so that we could fill in the gap of the undergraduate or the postgraduate, and then link it to medical errors and link it to the legal. Yani if you can imagine that this, let's say, nurse has a legal issue in the court because of medical malpractice, the college she graduated from deserves to know that one of their graduates has this issue so that they can fix the curriculum. So that's one big example. The other example, very quickly, is an electronic platform called Mekkin. Mekkin is a platform related to workforce planning. It's in the development phase. It's actually in the late development phase. It's basically all the data that we have in the Commission on all healthcare practitioners with all the data that we have on them. And it's linked now to the Ministry of Workforce or Human Resources and to the Ministry of Education. And it's going to have, it doesn't have yet, but it's going to have very interesting tools, including predictive models of workforce needs. So, for example, if I plug in the growth in, let's say, higher region and the disease patterns in higher region, it will give me the predictive models of how many nurses do I need in Hayel, and then what are the suggested ways to develop that over a year. That is all built in the system. It also has some blockchain technology on qualification, verifications, and follow-ups. And it includes also live data on performance and competencies and skills of medical healthcare workers. So this will be a national registry or a national platform that I think is going to be very useful. There are so many examples that we're working on. I think, I'm sure, that within 5 years, the way we educate healthcare workers is going to change significantly because of the technologies of the Fourth Industrial Revolution.
This is very interesting. It's really very thought-provoking to learn that it feeds into the feedback and also for the forecasting and planning and optimizing all the systems in the academic arena for the infrastructure for the human capital of the medical practitioners. Of course, with all of these Fourth Industrial Revolution technologies, I want to hear from Dr. Abdelkader again about the surge in all of these technologies and the developments of them. How do you think that this is actually contributing to shaping the future of technology in medicine?
Thank you for that question, and I think this is very critical. As Professor Ayman, will reshape the whole practice of medicine. Now, if we look at most of the today Fourth Industrial Revolution technologies, such as big data and artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, biotechnology, blockchain, etc., with having a lot of accelerated developments with those technology, and if we look at the world when it's come to coming up together for an open innovation concept, where in less than a year we came up with a vaccine to tackle a pandemic like COVID-19. So the whole idea of open collaboration is picking up. Technology is advancing, and I think it's way ahead when it's come to health as an industry. But the governance, having the right governance and addressing the data and the other challenges is the key enabler. Eventually, the practice of medicine will be completely different as we are moving toward more digitization and digital transformation. Today, we are accepting the fact that physicians do telemedicine and virtual care, and also patient is adapting toward this. So there is a concept of the digital twin of a patient, how the therapy, reflecting and having access to not only one source of data like what used to be, which is only the clinical data, bridging what's data coming from clinical, data coming from genomics, environmental data, social economic data, lifestyle and behavior data. All of this will feed back by the power of artificial intelligence to completely reshape how practitioner in the healthcare industry would look into the patients. It's no longer one single dimension. It's going to be multi-dimension, because of the advancement of the technology that will support the clinician, building the talent and the expertise and upskilling physician toward leveraging this technology will be also a key enabler toward achieving the goals and the objective of such transformation in this industry. And I always believe that healthcare as an industry, the future of it will be a data science supported by clinician, augmented by artificial intelligence. Because back to what Professor Ayman also was mentioning, AI is not just a technology that we use to tackle any problem. We need to define a true problem that where we find a big value, meaning we're not here just to say we'll replace all the humankind to replace it with machine. No, we want to find the correlation and what machine is good at, what human are good at, and merge those together and augment the value toward reshaping and restructuring how the healthcare industry would look like by bridging many of the gap, in particular transforming and translating the knowledge at the right time to the clinician to be provided to the patient, where patient will have access to care anywhere. We can imagine that we'll have more and more smart hospital, more digital hospital, more even in the future we will not need to go to the hospital. So this is where the future is going to be, and this is where we need to prepare for.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Dr. Areem, I want to talk a little bit about resilience in the wake of COVID-19. Of course, there were so many things that we had taken for granted, but I want to hear how has the COVID-19 pandemic intrigued this resilience globally across nations?
Thank you for that question, and I'll very nicely build on what I heard from Dr. Abdul Qadir and Dr. Ayman on the aspects of the importance of collaboration, the importance of identifying the issue and addressing a solution for it. And I'd like to say something with regards to how we're now emerging from the COVID-19 pandemic. To your question on resilience, is as we emerge from the pandemic, we're not simply going back and trying to catch up with what we missed during this period, such as the classic example is the surgical backlog. And this is something that we've discussed at a national level. We've had the opportunity to discuss with the G20 members and publish this in a paper by the Global Innovation Hub that we recently established through the work that we did in the presidency year, where the idea is that we have a new baseline. It's not the baseline that we had pre-pandemic. And we need to get used to that this new baseline is transient. It's not going to be stable for enough time for us to keep going back to. We need to recalibrate very rapidly. The points on mental health are quite important because there is a rise in the need for mental health, and we just heard about the need for mental health support in healthcare workers. So the entire field of mental health is very, very different. So we are very much dealing with complexity science and very much dealing with the rapid change. A point that I'd like to make is also that we need careful consideration of human behavior and how it's evolving as we go through this fourth industrial revolution. The revolution is about the blurring of the boundaries between the physical and the digital, and so it's about having a new reality. And when it comes to health and healthcare, it's not only about an increase in supply, it's also about a change in demand and the nature of the demand for health and healthcare. We will need new models of care because people are more familiar with telehealth or, delivery type services where some services will be delivered to people in their homes or workplaces or other. We can't respond in a way that we imagine because the future is going to be something that we can't really imagine and create. And to do this in an agile way, we need to work together cross borders. We need to learn from health system experiences. We need to study human behavior in a different way. Social isolation, new societies, globalization. These are very important issues for us to keep in consideration.
Lovely, thank you so much. I've always wondered about this kind of blurry boundaries that you have talked about. So my next question is to Dr. Genia. In regards to those boundaries and all the regulations that come with most of the fourth industrial revolution technologies, I think there would be some considerations that we need to take when we're handling this kind of data that we gather from technologies such as health wearables, for example. So how do you think we could strike the balance between the hard and the soft regulation? Where does this blurry line of boundaries lie, in your opinion?
So to answer that question, I want to draw from some work that we did on our mental health and apps-based space, and that is where we worked for the last 2 years with Deloitte and 200 different companies that were developing different tools, digital tools for helping people to evaluate their mental health and to seek help and support. And to be able to capture the trends in what's happening as we see a skyrocketing rate of issues around mental health and well-being. So we know that the mental health app space or digital mental health space is very busy, with a 3.3 billion market share anticipated by 2027 in this space. Some of this are wearables, some of them are chatbots, some of them are just the ability to monitor your behavior as you interact on things like social media. So there's a lot of digital tools in the space that are collecting very personal data on us. And then what happens with that data is really, I think, a big question as well. So together with Deloitte and the government of New Zealand, we put together a framework that was really much around principles, because we understand this space is very new. And at this point, we don't really want to see necessarily the hammer of regulation or law swing down on this space. We wanted to instead put in some things that every developer of digital mental health tools, and really we think this can apply to wearables as well. How do we take care of people's data? Where do those data actually go once you collect them? Who owns them? Is it that social media platform? Is it your clinician? Is it the company that is actually developing that technology? And how do we know that that you're getting value? So back to Dr. Reem's comments about value-based healthcare, it's not necessarily how many times you use the technology or how many times you go back to those tools, but is it actually delivering the value that you say that you're going to get out of it? And very few in the space of mental health anyway, in those apps, there's 10,000 of them out there, and only about 10% of them are clinically validated. Are you getting the value for the use that you're getting out of these different applications? So in this particular space, we wanted the innovation to flourish, and therefore we worked together with the startup community, with the private sector community, with governments who were procuring these technologies, with payers who had to pay for them, and came up with, in this particular time, a set of principles that we are encouraging technology developers to adopt, hoping to learn, be flexible, adapt, and then only once we better figure out the space, come in with more strict regulation or harder regulatory measures. Thank you.
Excellent, lovely, so much. I'm very much enjoying this dialogue about everything that we have heard from all our speakers and panelists tonight. It brings together all the elements that are related to artificial intelligence, data analytics, collaboration, all the fourth industrial revolution technologies, the mix between or the marriage between the artificial intelligence, the human intelligence, the need for training and education for the healthcare practitioners, all the resilience and the agility and the adaptation that we have gone through, of course, not forgetting that the healthcare provision that we provide to our patients is at the core. And all of this collaborative effort will feed into building all the crisis-resilient healthcare systems that we are all aspiring to get. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, my panelists, esteemed panelists, and respected audience, thank you so much for joining us. This concludes the very last session of the Fourth Industrial Revolution Forum tonight for the healthcare sector. Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us. Good night.
So as Dr. Batul said, thank you all for being part of the discussion, and thank you all for your presence and participation. We have reached the end of our agenda for today, and we welcome you to join us again tomorrow for the second day of the first Saudi Forum for the Fourth Industrial Revolution in Saudi Arabia at 6 p.m. Riyadh time. We have another exciting agenda in store that will address the topics of finance, sustainability, clean energy, digitalization, smart cities, and more. You can follow the conversation of our sessions on Twitter at C4IR_KSA, and also participate in the discussion by using the hashtag C4IRKSA. We hope to see you tomorrow, and thank you so much.